listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
For many years, Scoresby were a powerhouse and a staple in the upper echelons of EFNL divisions. 2022 saw the club relegated to Division 4, probably its darkest moment in club history. That being said, Scoresby took their pennants and made finals in 2023, only to fall at the first hurdle. 2024, though, has been a different story as the Magpies have taken all before them, and their form and consistency has earned them a place in the grand final today. Nestled in the leafy suburbs of Box Hill, a family-based community club have quietly gone about their business, trying to forge their own piece of history, with so far some success, but are keen to add another chapter today. The Whitehorse Pioneers, like their opposition, suffered the same fate, albeit in season 2023. However, their road to the grand final hasn't been as smooth, but that being said, they've been building to hopefully a performance that will see them walk away with a premiership victory today. This is a tale of two sides seeking redemption as we welcome to you to EFNL Game Day, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming via our YouTube and Facebook platforms all around the world, as we present Division 4 Grand Final Day here at East Ringwood Reserve between Scoresby and Whitehorse Pioneers, with the winner being crowned premiers for season 2024. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Wayne Brasher, and what an action-packed pre-match set down for discussion this afternoon as we preview today's grand final, as well as being joined by our featured guests, the respective coaches of Scoresby, Craig McKenzie, and Whitehorse Pioneers, Andrew Haining. It's first semi-final day in Premier Division with the losers done and dusted, whilst into Division 2 the road to a grand final spot will end for either Mulgrave or Croydon as they battle in the preliminary final. It's time to introduce the panel, and at this time of the year, sleep deprivation plays a big part of being the media manager of the EFNL, as we welcome Ryan Long.
Thank you, Wayne. Great to be here, of course. Another big day yesterday. We couldn't have asked for much more with the way that game played out. And Brush, the combined between the 19s reserves and seniors grand final yesterday was a combined margin of about 13 to 15 points. That's how tight it was in all three clashes. Of course, the senior grand final, a great achievement to the Surrey Park Football Club, which I'm sure we'll discuss. And as you said, you summed up very nicely with the history of the Scoresby Football Club, where they were as a true powerhouse in this league, and it would be potentially their first premiership in a long time, since 2006. So, but they've got to get through Whitehorse first, who have deserved their spot in the grand final. So very excited for this afternoon ahead, Brush.
Yeah, also joining is a man who's had health-interrupted season combined with some sporadic guest appearances as we welcome back to the team, Scotty Hardy. How are you, Scott?
Yeah, thanks, Brash. Great to be here, but I've turned up when it counts. So that's as long as that you've got that on the record, I'm more than happy. And what an introduction! I love listening to your intros, Brash. When you're not here, I think we need pre-recordings of those intros.
I think so.
Just over the top, especially for those watching on YouTube and Facebook. It's a pleasure to be alongside you, and you do a great job. So I'm looking forward to this chat over the next little bit with you.
Yeah, and sitting next to me is a valued team member whose knowledge of the EFNL is second to none. And it's a good afternoon to you, Matt Spider-Lee. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon to you, Brash, and all the team and all the viewers and listeners around the globe. Great to be here, and we've got some challenging conditions in front of us here today out at East Ringwood, but it's just an amazing day. Been a great atmosphere just walking through the terraces and seeing everyone. Everyone's excited about what's on prospect this afternoon. We had a great game yesterday. Let's hope it can live up to the same expectations, and if it does play out like that, we'll be certainly thoroughly well contributed, and we'll be well nourished by the end of the day. But what a weekend it's been so far, and there's plenty of action to come.
It really has been a contrast, gentlemen, so far this season for both these sides. As I said in my opener, Scoresby have had a really consistent season so far. They really haven't put that much wrong. They actually went down to the Pioneers and suffered defeat. However, the Pioneers, on the other hand, their road to the grand final today has been a difficult one. Let's not hide it, because at times, especially in the second half of the season, they looked like they were down and out. It looked like to me that they'd run their race and they didn't have much more to give. But on the flip side, it just seems like it really has galvanised the club, and so much so that they end up becoming the giant killers heading into this grand final.
Well, they do, don't they? I mean, during the year, when so much we were talking about on the preview shows, and I know, obviously, on the review shows, there was a lot of us that, and a few people in particular, Ray was very keen on Whitehorse right throughout the course of the year. They'll play in the grand final. You watch, and I still had a few question marks, Ryan, as we always discussed. And I was, because 1 week at Churnside Park would be there, then the next week Hillside would be still putting their hand up. So that flipped and flopped for a long period of time. But you've got to hand it to Whitehorse. They've really held their nerve just in the last month. They've really plotted the course well, and they've got themselves and secured a grand final spot and take on a side like Scoresby that's been so dominant throughout the course of the season. And they have been dominant because of the way that their forward line setup has been, and the way that they've played through their midfield and strong experience across the board. So that's the biggest challenge today. Can Whitehorse bridge that gap once again and find a way to get over the line?
Scott, I'm going to ask you this question. Both these sides were consecutively relegated in 2022 and 2023 from Division 3. How much importance for these two clubs to once again get up off the carpet and start their rise again through the EFNL ranks starting today?
Yeah, look, it is important, but we have heard previously, especially from Craig McKenzie for Scoresby, he spoke about you can't say, oh, it was the 2022 side that it once was, or year after year. You just have to focus on the year that turns up and the team that they put on the park. Obviously, they would like to go up. Both sides obviously want that, and as we've spoken about it brings probably more interest from other players, sponsors, etc., and it's a bonus to the club. But also, you have to be mindful that you've got a good culture. If you've got a good culture at your club, it doesn't matter what division you're in, you will still attract enough attention and enough good quality people. That being said, I think, you want that win and you want that premiership. So both sides are going to be absolutely chewing at the bit for it. I think you're right. Whitehorse have got some serious momentum on their side, but obviously Scoresby more consistent through the year.
But on the relegation thing, Scott, I think what we've all got to understand too is Scoresby, they've come from a situation where they've really struggled to attract junior players for a long period of time there. The junior program has been non-existent. They haven't been. They lost a lot of their junior players. They've had to go back to the drawing board and basically reboot the club from scratch again. And this has happened a couple of times now for Scoresby over the last 18 to 20 years, where they've had times where they've gone down grades, but this time they've gone down the full amount, right down to Division 4. So now they're trying to work their way up, not too dissimilar to what East Burwood did, Mitcham did, Donvale have done, Surrey Park are currently coming back up now. So everyone goes through the cycle. So the cycle does kick in. But if you play the course and you play the strategic plan properly and you go back and you develop your junior programs, as I continually say, then it will happen over time. Demographics play a major part. Scoresby's always in that pocket with Baronia, Knox, Wanturna South, Ferntree Gully. So they're fighting for the same demographics year after year. So they've also got to try and get those people and attract those people and hold on to people. But also they've got to have people putting their hands up to do the jobs around the club. Volunteer, become part of the club as a member and be a part of the family. So that's always a hard part. Whereas Whitehorse, they do have that connection with their junior club, with the Whitehorse Colts. They've been building a program for a number of years and it's been a really stable environment. So they just haven't been able to go up the grades a lot higher than other clubs. They've been 3, 4 for a long period of time. So that's the difference. Can they take that next step for Whitehorse? That's the big question. Scoresby, it's just going to take time. It might not be, it's not going to be a straight go back up to Division 2, Division 1. It takes time. This is a 5 to 10 year project we're talking about.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you're spot on about the juniors, and this has been a big thing for Scoresby, that since Craig McKenzie has come here, it's been a priority, and they haven't quite got it up just yet, but it's a work in progress. The 19s is a big success to have that back this season. That's certainly a starting point. If they can get back to the juniors, if they can get a flag as well here today, move up the divisions, attract a few more players and build that junior program connected to the seniors, you're back on track and you're back into as you said, it's not an overnight thing. It's a long-term project, but at the end of the 5-10 year period or whatever it may be, Brash, they'll be in a much better spot.
Let's not forget, you're right, let's not forget that Listerfield has been an up and growing
Correct.
area.
That's another one.
That has probably taken some of their juniors, and then you've got the juggernaut of the Roval
Roval as well.
Club.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's the pocket, the demographics that kick in.
And they probably hit that down cycle at exactly the wrong time, not the right time where they could actually, take advantage of it. And I think the fact that they've had to, live basically under the success of the Roval Junior Football Club for probably the last 5 to 10 years just hasn't really helped their cause either. Ryan, there's also another added attraction today and another purpose for the Scoresby Football Club as hopefully we get to celebrate another 100-goal achievement with Adam Amin shooting for 100 today, sitting on 98 goals.
Yeah, well, it's another big storyline, and if the grand final couldn't get any more interesting for the Scoresby Football Club, they've got this on top of it. And look, compare that to Darcy Fritsch, where they just got completely outplayed by Knox, and Tom Weir did a fantastic job on him. Greaves came in the front, and they were cutting off any impact that he could have, and it really came down to the last quarter when the game was already done that they finally were able to get him open and getting that goal. I think today's going to be very different. I would be surprised if he hasn't kicked 2 goals by half-time, and we've seen that his stats throughout the season. On one of his 16 or 17 games, he's scored less than 2 goals. Every other time he's had 4 or 5 or more. I think he'll be able to get there very quickly.
Well, who gets the job? Dalgleish has to be. I mean, and Joel is very capable. He's been a very experienced player. If he can get that that back shoulder, you just make sure that he pushes him up the ground a little bit. That could frustrate. That's potential. We'll talk to Andrew about that shortly. But it's more the way that the ball's coming in too. If he's getting the ball in like it has been coming in, then he's going to be very hard to stop.
But they have to also, Scoresby has to be mindful to not have that as the attraction piece, especially in a grand final. Because
let's get it out early, and so that we can concentrate on what we need to do.
Yeah, but if they don't, then it's sort of that flip of the coin. Sort of does that focus change? How do they get that re-entry in, and who's going to be their target from their point of view? But I'm looking forward to I'm down on the boundary after this, and I saw the scenes at Darcy Fritsch. So wish me luck down there.
You have permission to run out on the field. I've given you permission.
All right, I'll see if I can get amongst the huddle and talk.
But also in what makes Adam Amin's achievement so far, a really, really good achievement is the fact that he's actually achieved that with, technically 16 games, right? Because they only play 16 games in Div 4.
Yep.
So, you look at his kick 98, so in essence he's kicking around 5-6 goals a game.
Hey, Brashy's kicked 27 goals against Forest Hill this year too, which is quite dramatic against one side.
And that's the thing. Look, we've seen guys like Stephen Pym, kick big bags in Spider in this league, and it's not uncommon in this division to see a 100-goal kicker.
No, absolutely. Pym was a very good player, and he was at Scoresby, and he was a big goal kicker.
Yes.
So they've had some big units that have been playing down there over the years, and blokes that have been kicking bags for goals for fun. So another one could join the history books later in the afternoon.
And not just Forest Hill, obviously against Whitehorse. 18 so far against Whitehorse, which again is something for Whitehorse to be mindful of, because if he does get off that leash and does sort of come across, it could be curtains over by half time if he starts kicking bags already. So he's one to watch, and I'm really excited, especially to be down boundary side and sort of see that crowd build up, especially once he's on if he is on 99.
Yeah, well, you can't help but not feel like that. For Scoresby, if he does kick it and they win the flag, for them it's basically the perfect season, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
You couldn't ask any more, really. But I just sort of think, you know, when you look at Scoresby and you look at their form over the last 2 years, like in season 2023, I mean, they really did have to eat humble pie, right, and have a serious look at themselves, right. And I mean, look, as I said, they made a final and they lost the final in 23, but I think that was enough resolve for the football club to turn around and say that was enough of a kick in the pants to turn around and say, well, we need to do something about this, right. And they went out and did something about it in the off season, and so far it's proven. The strategic moves and obviously the training and the way that they're playing their football is working for them.
Their standards. I think that's what it comes down to, Rush. You just lift the standard of the team and you have to get the balance right. And I think, too, sometimes, as we just alluded to before, it takes a couple of seasons. I think sometimes you can, if you just have that 1 year down, you go back up, the prospect that you come back straight away, there's a really good chance of it. Whereas if sometimes you're in for 2 seasons, you get your club in order, both on and off field, then you have a tilt at the flag, and then you go back up, you're ready to go again. And that eliminates all that prospect. So you build your depth and you build your team culture, you build your strong points across the field, and you've got everything in order and you're ready to go.
Right, we'll get back to talking about today's game, right, when the respective coaches come and join us. But I want to revisit yesterday because there was some not surprising results, but there were some interesting results to say the least. And before we move to put the exclamation point on the Division 4 Grand Final, I want to go to Premier Division yesterday, where in probably on the scoreboard, it looks like it was a bit of a titanic struggle for 4 quarters. We find Balwyn now moving into the grand final with a 3-point victory, 8-5-53 to East Ringwood 7-8-50. And Matt, you had an opportunity to speak to some people.
Yeah, I spoke to some people that attended the game yesterday, and we had some good conversations.
And what was their take?
Well, the take is that in the end, Balwyn just worked a little bit harder across the 4 quarters and found a way to get over the line. Like East Ringwood had their chances to win the game, and they just didn't capitalise on the scoreboard. The amount of times that they did go inside 50, they certainly gave them and presented some opportunities down forward, similar to when they played earlier in the piece, which we covered earlier in the season down at East Ringwood. But this time around, Balwyn defended a lot stronger across the 4 quarter period, where they only did it for a half the last time. But then also through the midfield part of the battle, Balwyn were a lot stronger over the ball this time around. Their ball movement was a lot better. The contested game was clearly won by them. East Ringwood did come late again and almost got over the line, but they just in the end fell a bit short. If there was a couple more minutes left, they probably could have got over the line because they had a bit of momentum. But if you got to hand it to Balwyn, they were really good again yesterday, giving themselves opportunities to score, particularly on the big ground too. They used the ball a lot better, and that's because of the 3 guys that we've alluded to, Ryan, over the last week or so. God bless and Lever, Lamont coming back in. Guys like Urban played well again yesterday. Bowen Smith, once again showing his class. They do have those players that are doing well, and even Anderson in the ruck yesterday was really important at some key stages in the contest.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We saw that game last week live against Roval, and as good as they were, and they were impressive when they were on top, particularly in that second quarter against the Breeze, and those guys that you mentioned really got on top through the midfield, and Charlie Haley was outstanding up forward. Even then, we still thought it's an extra step to then take on East Ringwood, who are in spectacular form. They had a star-studded lineup. Harry Nolan couldn't even make the side because of points, and obviously that's something they're going to have to look at this weekend with the reserves winning and a few other things going on. They've got a bit to work on, but it was a fantastic performance, and I think probably people forget is because they had that period there where they had a lot of successes, grand final after grand final, premierships galore. It's actually been 8 years since they've actually been to the big dance. So it's been, in retrospect, it's actually been a bit of time that they haven't been there, Brash, for a grand final. So it's a big moment for the club just to be able to get back to this stage and potentially another premiership.
I think the thing is, I think Balwyn might have exercised a few little demons yesterday, because normally in their second final, mentally they've been a little bit flaky, but I think they overcame that yesterday, and that was probably a perfect that's probably a perfect game for them leading into a grand final against an opponent that's sort of mentally a little bit had it over them throughout the season.
Well, I think it's the coaching of Brenton Sanderson, really, Rush, when you consider it. I mean, I think Sando's coaching in all this season has been really good. I mean, he has really demonstrated he's been able to adapt right across the season the way they've played. Yeah, sure, they went through a month where they weren't playing as good a footy, but he's acknowledged that because of certain issues. They had some guys out of the team, they had a little bit of change, but once they get those blokes back through depth issues, they're as good as anyone going around, and they just were flat at periods of time, so that could have been a training workload perspective. But I think with that, he really honed in and coached really well yesterday against Ben Osborne, so they've got a little bit of work to do, East Ringwood, but I think if you're East Ringwood, you still have the confidence that their guys like Bello, through that midfield, guys like Preston, etc., all the stars that have been playing well week after week, Kinsella, they still played really well yesterday, but they just couldn't quite get over the line and put the icing on the cake to invite themselves to a grand final. But I still have the belief that they can turn that around. As we always say, after a second semi-final win, you get an invitation to the grand final. It doesn't guarantee you the cup, right? You just get the opportunity to go and play. Next week, East Ringwood get their chance to accept their invitation, whoever they end up playing next week if they're good enough.
That's
simple
right.
as that.
And they probably, looking at history of this season, they probably prefer Roval out of the two sides in Roval and South Croydon, which I'm sure we might touch on a bit later. Yeah. But for them, Scott, there's actually a bit of pressure on now East Ringwood because they had a very disappointing final series last year. Out first round, weren't very competitive against Doncaster East. This year they finished on top. They've earned the right to have the week off. They've come into this first final with everyone really backing them in because they have been the red hot side in the competition. So they've got a big task next week because whoever they get, Roval or South Croydon, they'll give them a real run for their money, and it's a very important game for the club because if they waste this opportunity and don't make a grand final from finishing on top, then it's a bit of a wasted year.
It is, and in that, like you said, in that position that they are, top of the ladder, it's always going to be that weight on your shoulders that you should continue that to stride into finals. But as we're sort of saying with Spider there, it doesn't guarantee it. It just means that you're allowed to participate, take part, and how you adapt sort of through the finals. And obviously now they still get another chance to look at their structure, what happened yesterday, can they make amends from it, and take that opportunity. And sometimes they're your best opportunities. And obviously if they get that win, to take that confidence back into the final, possibly against the side that's challenged them the most. I think yesterday for Ball, when it seemed like in their best players, it was players that you wouldn't necessarily, or the regulars that you wouldn't see. Like there was no Turner listed, no Haley listed, no Walker. Like none of those players named in their best. It was just others around and obviously have stood up.
But it was collective team yesterday.
Correct.
And that's what we're trying to establish. I think that's the team balance that Sando has been saying. He doesn't want the reliance just solely on the stars. He wants the prime movers just to be playing their normal roles, but also the players underneath that, giving the solid contribution. And games like that yesterday was a perfect illustration of that.
Brash, what do you make of their last 8 rounds of the season then? Because they obviously had that big run at the start, 10-0, and then they looked really poor, Bourne, going into that final series. Didn't get out of first gear for a few of those games in the back half of the season, knowing they'd locked up one of those top spots?
Sometimes it's the old adage, look, you've worked hard, and sometimes it can be a little bit of a mental letdown. I guess it's like they won 10. Technically speaking, they really only needed to win 4 out of their last 8, right, to actually have a top 2 spot signed up. So they could have switched off mentally, but sometimes there's an old adage: familiarity breeds contempt. And if you start lulling yourself into a false security that the season's, just because we've done all the hard work up until round 10, that that everything else is going to fall in place, that's when it brings you undone.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you couldn't agree more with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's move on to, there was a preliminary final decided yesterday in First Division, and Park Orchards had to survive a late scare from Beaconsfield, and Park Orchards have moved into the grand final against Mitcham 12-3-75, defeating Beaconsfield 9-13-67. It was very close and tight till about half time. Then all of a sudden it looked like that Park Orchards kicked 3 or 4 quick ones and were able to maintain the tempo, Spider, for the rest of the afternoon. However, as Beaconsfield has and Beaconsfield's done in this final series, they didn't lie down, and they outscored Park Orchards in the last quarter 5-2 and threw a little scare.
Well, they did throw a scare. They were very competitive and they almost got over the line. It was just some inability to finish some of their work, particularly in the last quarter. They had so many chances. Talking to some people who attended the game, they said they had some momentum in that game where they just, they were winning some contested ball. They were winning the forward territory game. They were getting some inside 50s, and the ball was living in their forward line for the majority of that last quarter. And Park Orchards really it was struggling to clear the ball out from the exits. And Beaconsfield just kept coming back in, similar to what they did last week, particularly in that last quarter when they were getting hands on ball and transitioning. And getting those setups, with guys like Ocker, etc. But they just, in the end, they just couldn't quite finish the job, and it's just with some poor kicking, and that was the story of the day for them. But also, there was just some, they felt at the start of the day, they had some opportunities as well. They were a little bit slower out of the box than what they were last week. Just probably their defence wasn't as steadfast as what it had been. Park Orchards really applied some pressure up forward and then through the mid part of the ground. So you've got to hand it to the way that Paris coached that game. We know Mick Fogarty's been a master and a genius, which we talk about. But yesterday, the points would have gone to Paris, just the way that he was able to flip the magnets around a little bit, cause a little bit of chaos with the way that they played, and in the end they get their reward, and that's the invitation to take on Mitcham and try and reverse that second semi-final result.
Ryan and Scott, is it a little concerning for Park Orchards that 2 weeks in a row, right, they conceded 8 goals in one quarter and then another 5 yesterday, knowing what Mitcham are like, if they're going to if they play that type of football next weekend, you can't see you can't see them getting the result that they want.
No, you're right. If they put in that sort of last quarter performance as they have in the last 2 weeks, they won't win on the weekend. And I think they're a big chance. And as I said, we talked about this game and the form that Beaconsfield were carrying in. Would it swing into this preliminary final? And I think it did. I think they played as best as they could. And they just came up against a side who has been the best side in this division this season. I know Mitcham have come on top in this final series and they play a really good finals brand of football. But the home and away season was Park Orchard's year. And without Prosenac, that's the big story for me, if he comes back or not, which I'm hearing he will be back, and they're going to do everything to get him out there for grand final.
He plays, that gives him an extraordinary opportunity to win.
Oh, absolutely. I think we'll go into tips more a bit later, but I'm still tipping Mitcham whether he plays or not. But if he plays, you're absolutely right. I think they're a massive chance. Without him, and then without probably also the conditions, which we assume are going to be pretty wet weather conditions, which I think will put in Mitcham's favour, it's going to be a tough afternoon for them. So they must have him back. And Brash, that game earlier in the year was in wet conditions.
Yes, but the other question I'm going to ask you three gentlemen is Michael Prosenac, if he does come back into the side, is he going to play the role that Park Orchards want him to play, or is he going to have to play a more diminished role in a lesser position that may not be advantageous to them?
It's a good question. I think he still plays his normal role.
But his normal role, Ryan, is in the midfield.
Yeah, I think you still have him there.
And the fact is that it's known that his shoulder hasn't been right for quite a while. Obviously, this is a punt that Park Orchards will take. So that's what I'm saying. Do they play him in a more diminished role in a forward pocket where he's not going to be involved in the cut and thrust of playing midfield football for the first 100 minutes?
Well, you've got to play him. You've got to play him in his position, because if you put him in a forward pocket and diminish the role, you're basically cutting the. You
might as well put someone.
You might as well have someone else out there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He either plays and he's strapped up, he plays his normal role, and if he ends up having to come off with some restricted minutes, that's okay. You can have his rest. They can assess that. But if he's playing his role, he needs to play in his normal position. He's the best player in that team. He needs to play.
I would rather him, like you said, I would rather him be in a rotation playing 7-8 minutes, going through the midfield at what he does best, rather than sitting in a forward pocket waiting for the ball to come down for him to try and weave some magic, because it may not come down to him to do anything about it. At least
he may as well take his deck chair and sit there if that's the case. So he's better off being in the middle of the ground playing, and he needs to play that role.
We're still waiting for some of our featured guests to join us.
I was going to say, it's a difficult spot to find. Do they actually know where the stairs are
Blake did organise the interview with Andrew Haney.
Have we got our usher? Have we got our coordinator, usher, to...
Because I've walked around this oval. I walked around this oval when I first got here, and I was like, I remember the stairs somewhere. I just couldn't remember exactly where they were. They probably thought we were on the other balcony.
Yeah.
But just going back, well, I know we've spoken about Park Orchard and Mitcham, but I do want to give credit to Beaconsfield. Like we were saying, to get in, like we were saying, to get in to a final allows you to play. It's then up to you how you dictate your finals run goes. And for them, I think your hats off to them. They would be spewing they're not there, but for what they have done and achieved in this final series takes a lot into next year, and I think they'll continue that momentum. And I just wanted to make sure that, people are aware.
I agree with you, because I think a lot of us, when we did our pre-season tips, actually felt that Beaconsfield were going to improve this year, and I think quite a few of us at least predicted that they would make it to a preliminary final.
Yeah, I think they can take the next step next year.
Yeah.
I think if they play to their level of capacity all year, and they add a couple of players to that group and have a bit more stability throughout the course of the year with players coming in and out, and sure, they'll have some high quality and some players coming in. Mick Fogarty, he's smart enough to know how he wants that team to operate throughout the course of the year with balance, and I think next year they could easily finish top two.
Yeah,
I agree.
15 minutes into the last quarter in the reserves grand final here, and Croydon North Hemlock are making a late charge here, but so far it's Scoresby still holding sway by 16 points, Ryan.
I will just say how great it is to see that Croydon North Hemlock into a senior grand final, a men's grand final in the reserves, and the crowd behind the goals, they've been so passionate all day, and it's great to see their support, Spider, and Scott, because it's such a big day for them.
I love the setup. I don't know, on the camera, it's next to the scoreboard. You got the grassy sort of knoll sitting over there. People strewed across, and hopefully that'll build up as the day goes on as well. But yeah, it's a great ground to just be part of, and I'm looking forward to getting down there amongst the people, Brash.
I think it's just great.
And that score is Scoresby at the moment leading 7-6-48 to Croydon North Hemlock 5-2-32, and it's quite apt that the coach of the Scoresby Football Club has joined us at this very moment in time in Craig McKenzie. Good afternoon, Craig, and welcome to EFNL Game Day Grand Final Edition.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's been a really good season. As I said, in 2023, the club had to rebuild a little bit, made a final. All right, they didn't win, but this year they've built on that 2023, and there's been a lot more consistency amongst the playing group and the performances throughout the season.
Yeah, we aim for consistency. It's good that you brought that up, because that's one thing we've really strived for, and we've managed to execute for the most part. And then when we didn't, we were able to reflect and say why not. And each time we've built on each performance as the years gone on, we got better and better. And 2023 was a rebuild. And you just look at Surrey Park yesterday. We're only just down at three-quarter time against them in a prelim, and all of a sudden, they've taken their chances and they've moved on, and full hats off to them. They've done an amazing job. So that's what we've been looking to do now, take our chances.
Craig, good luck today. Great to have a chat with you pre-game. Let's go from a coaching perspective. Let's drill down on the big talking points of the game, focusing in. What are the three main things that you really want to focus on when you talk to the players just before they run out? What are the three main things in your game that you're going to really hone in on today?
Yeah, well, we've got three things up on the wall, so they're our key points. And one is all about our defensive game plan. Make sure, that's what's held us in good stead, the whole time. So whole team defense, and making sure that we're on point with that. Yep. The second one would be about when we transition. It's just about we talk about finding our entry, and it's about being patient if we need to be patient, or pull the trigger if we need to pull the trigger. But how we do that, we've got a few things up our sleeve on the way we move the ball, but finding that entry, so it's that effectively a rebound. And the third thing, it's our mindset. It's what's next. So we just constantly what's next the whole time. We're out there today. We don't dwell on things that are no longer in our control, we just get on with it.
One thing that a few people have told me about Scoresby, particularly when you train, is that particularly pre-season, you did a lot of match sim in relation to the team defence, but also on one of the points that you just spoke about in terms of, you were talking about waiting to transition the ball into your forehand, and today not being too predictable, because we know everyone's going to be hanging off Adam. We know that the scenario that's at play. So that's a really important focus point, isn't it? And also, which also has that overlaying fact with your defence, the way that you've trained throughout that pre-season as well.
Yeah.
It all gels together.
Absolutely. We pride ourselves on our defence, and a lot of people think defence means your back half of the ground. Absolutely not. We talk about defence coming right from that forward 50 and how we're going to sort of dictate where the ball's going to move to based on the way we set up. And as much as it feels like, and naturally so, that we get Adam focused, Adam has even said today, he goes, the last thing I want to do is make this about me. We've got a job to do. So, hopefully we find more avenues to goal than just one.
What about yourself as a coach? I mean, you're a relatively young person. You've played a lot of footy. Yourself being calm today in the key moments. There's going to be a lot of moments in this game. There's going to be a lot of cards that need to be dealt at different periods of the game. If it's tight, you'll need to make the rotations as they come, but you also got to be aware of the trigger points too when you go, this is our time to clamp down, or this is our time to push the button and go. It's a really big moment for you too as a coach to hold your nerve and your composure, one as coach, but also as a whole playing group as well.
Yeah, I like anyone who knows me as a coach would probably, hopefully, agree with the fact that everything I do is really calculated. I back myself in with the preparation, the research, and all the understanding, and obviously those on-the-spot decisions need to be made. But at the same time, we've got to make sure that, like, the decisions we made are calm. Players are going to feed off how we're acting on the sidelines. So if we're really seemingly in control and on top of things, then that just allows them to sort of feed off that. And then, we can adjust as we need to.
And Craig, of course, this club has a very strong history. They once a powerhouse in the top division, and this is a bit of a new era. But for the boys running out today, how has the week been for them, and have they had a chance just to enjoy the fact that they are playing in a grand final today?
Yeah, it's actually been super relaxed this week. I was away last week, so thankfully we didn't play in a prelim because I couldn't control that. And then I've been actually really crook this week, so I've kept my distance as much as I possibly can. But it has been relaxed. We only trained for an hour on Thursday night, and we really just allowed them about 15 minutes to do their own thing afterwards and just sort of get a feel for what it is they want to work on. But it's been really calm. We don't talk about the bigger picture too much. We just it's really process driven at the moment. Like it's another game for us to go through and just do what we do. And it's we're sitting 24 quarters in a row that we haven't dropped a quarter. So at the moment, that's what we pride ourselves on, quarter after quarter.
It's a very impressive record. And obviously, I was going to ask you about the preliminary final and if you saw it, but obviously you've been away. But
I was actually here. But
you were here?
I probably shouldn't have been here, but I was here. So, yeah.
The contest between Whitehorse and Churnside, from an outside point of view, for the last probably 6 to 7 weeks of the season, we really thought it was Scoresby and Churnside, and Whitehorse Kilsyth maybe a little bit have dropped off, but Whitehorse were really impressive. And again, they get back Horvat and Young in recent weeks, who have been so dangerous up forward. How do you tackle that situation, and what are some of those key points that you really need to stop today if you are to stop their run? Yeah,
look, the majority of their scoring comes from those two players, and you could argue same Adam for us today, but sorry, a bit exciting, our two is just one. But we're not just going to be centrally focused on them. It really is what happens up the ground and how we stop that delivery going into the forward line as much as possible.
And with that, obviously you can hear the song. And what's it do for the club? We were talking about that rebuild and getting into finals, allowing obviously a more junior sort of side to come in and going forward. Like if the result doesn't come, but you've obviously got one already. So how do you go from there? Yeah,
look, I mean, a lot relies on this result today, doesn't it? It's not the be-all and end-all, I guess, but it really is what we've been working towards. We've got such depth. We've got such great, young talent coming through. With no juniors at the club, it's obviously a challenge to bring in young, developing players, but getting the 19s up was massive for us, and they're out there running water today, and they've really bought into the club, and we've embraced that as well. So it's really exciting for the future. We just want to make sure that, we are ready. We are ready to move. We just hopefully can do that.
And was that last year, obviously, we talked about the prelim and we spoke to you, and I actually spoke to you. Has that been a message sort of this week, or have you sort of was it more just cross the line through it, 2024 focus, or how do you play it?
Completely. This is just I know you wouldn't like to say it's a regular game, but that's how we're treating it. We have to, because you can't control a lot of things, but you can control what's right in front of you and what you do about that. So, honestly, we haven't even talked about any bigger picture stuff at all. It's really just this game. What are we going to do to win it? So,
Craig, thanks very much for joining us on Grand Final Day in what is an important day for the Scoresby Football Club. The reserves have done the right thing and set the platform for hopefully a senior victory this afternoon, but thank you for your cooperation through the season, and good luck to the Scoresby Football Club today.
You're more than welcome. Thank you so much, and good luck for the call, guys. And
thank you very much.
Enjoy it. Hopefully not as tight as yesterday.
Yeah, for your sake, too.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
There we have it.
Yeah, well done.
Coach of the Scoresby Football Club, Craig McKenzie. We're going to take a break, fellas, and then when we come back, hopefully we'll get Andrew Haney. If not, we'll start previewing the big clash today between Scoresby and Whitehorse. This is Radio Eastern 98.1, coming to you live on Facebook and YouTube around the globe.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Division 4 Grand Final Day here at East Ringwood between Scoresby and Whitehorse Pioneers, and in the reserve grade, Scoresby have set the platform for the senior side with a 15-point victory in the reserves grand final, 7-7-49, defeating Croydon North Hemlock 5-4-34. bad luck for Croydon North End.
Very brave, weren't they?
They were very brave in their first
great
senior
effort.
finals appearance. I think that's a great fill-up for the football
Oh,
club.
absolutely.
moving.
That's a great step forward. And look, they've got a lot of good times ahead of them. And they're only relatively new in this competition, so there's a lot of upside in that footy club. And they showed some really positive signs right throughout 2024. And that'll go into 2025, that's for sure.
Okay, we've got some games that we need to talk about today. Let's start off at Premier. It's the big clash at Dewberry Park, where in the first semi-final, where the loser says sayonara for 2024, and it sees Roval coming up against South Croydon. South Croydon, probably in some people's eyes, were surprise winners against Vermont last weekend, but nonetheless, South Croydon have progressed through to a first semi-final against Roval, who I thought really did a pretty fair job, right, to only go down by less than 4 goals against Baldwin, who actually threatened to blow them off the park early.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it was it's one of those games where I think today, depending on you look at Roval's lineup and you look at guys like Stainthorpe coming back in, Verrill coming back in. Yep. I think they're obviously the guys who are out, they're out for the year and they're not coming back. I think they've got the best lineup they can with what's available.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's very easy to back away from the side that loses in that qualifying final and really fall out of love with their chances. And I just think there's enough talent on that lineup. And they played really poorly against Baldwin. They really did. They made some uncharacteristic mistakes, especially in defence. Jackson McDonald had probably a nightmare quarter, and it cost them. But they only lost by 20 points. And as bad as it was, and that's why I come into this game and think, as good as what South Croydon and the story has been, it's still the reigning premiers are still the reigning premiers, and they're still a very good side. And when they get going, there's enough talented players on that.
Oh, look, as vulnerable as they have been, boys, they're going to give every shot at this. I think they'll grind this one out. I really do. They've just got to find a way to win. Brendan Allen will certainly test them from the coaching perspective from South Croydon. They'll put a lot of pressure on. Can they get on top in the midfield? They'll have to play a real defensive mindset and then get guys like Kilpatrick to really run through with that contested ball element. I just still worry about the defence of South Croydon. Can they shut down that forward line of Roval? We know that they can. They've got the smalls, they've got the talls, but also that physical brute power that Roval possess through the midfield. I just think that's going to be the big difference in this game, and their link up and carry. And in these conditions, which will be challenging at Jubilee Park, that's going to be the big question mark. Can they hold up for the full 4 quarters, South Croydon? I just get the feeling that Roval will find a way when they really need to late in the game, and they'll win. They'll get the win and the advance. But South Croydon have had a terrific year.
But the thing is that South Croydon has had Roval's measure throughout the years. So you can't sort of throw that away either. That does bring you confidence. It does bring you a winning formula that they have found against a side that is very, very good and is reigning premiers. But each season is different. And South Croydon, for whatever reason, match up very well with them. And I'm picking a South Croydon win today.
Yeah, they're denying the ball, Scott, I reckon. I think that's the thing. They've got that defensive way that they play. Brendan Allen is very creative with that, the way that inside run that they like to. So it's inside versus outside run today, brute force, and versus a team that wants to play inside all day. If they play inside and defensive mindset, South Croydon, and go, you have that surge game going, give those tools for South Croydon like Wilson and King, etc., a chance to score, then they give themselves every prospect of winning the game. But just feel Roval just will find a way when they really need to put the clamps on.
Our resident clairvoyant, the Oracle, is once again sent in his selections.
Busy. He didn't go for a drink down at Surrey Park last night, did the Oracle?
No, not last night. Actually hasn't performed all that well throughout the final series.
Not a finals operator.
No, it doesn't. Looks like it all goes a little bit pear-shaped. But he's got Roval winning by the barest margin today, 76 to South Croydon 75.
And I guess with that, Brash, as much as you joke, that's the beauty of finals, that any side can sort of flip its sort of script, and if they're on their winning formula, then they continue to proceed hopefully towards that grand final. And we've seen that with a few results, and that's the exciting thing about finals footy, not just that the crowd that builds up. It's always amazing when you come down to finals and the crowd that builds and that support that you have.
I think on the overall balance of things, I expect I expect Roval to be a lot more aggressive going through the midfield today. I don't expect them to be playing around the edges. They want to take control of the midfield early.
Well, physical control.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Brolick can set the ball rolling early and set the tempo. They do miss that outside run of McDonald. But that being said, I think there's still enough quality in that side. You know, Mav Taylor probably didn't have one of his best games, but he still made a contribution. If they can get the ball to him, and obviously with Wind, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I think, what's his name, will get that job, the other fullback. I can't remember his name, sorry. No,
We're saying Chris Jones.
Yes, that's it, Chris Jones. I reckon we'll get that job on.
Yeah, he's been a terrific player for South Croydon this year. Been one of the best defenders in the competition. He'd be right up there for a candidate in the team of the year. Yeah, so.
And you can bet your bottom dollar that the Aqua Nation end's going to be the scoring end of that ground.
Yep.
Right. And
winds started to pick up as well, so I'm imagining the same at Jubilee.
So look, in the overall scheme of things, whilst Roval probably aren't playing their very, very best football, they're still doing enough for mine to get the points this afternoon. I think, in all honesty, that I think they're a 5-goal better side than South Croydon on their day, and that's the margin that I'm going to stick with. I think Roval will get the job done this afternoon, and I think they'll win by at least 5 goals plus.
20 points for me. They'll just grind it out.
Yeah, 3 to 4 goals for me.
South Croydon by 18.
Division 2. What an interesting conundrum preliminary final that's thrown up this afternoon. Two of the sides that we thought, the side that we thought that might be playing today have been vanquished in Waverley Blues. And last week it was Croydon in a 7-minute period that turned a 24-point deficit into a 7-point victory. And they stroll into the preliminary final against Mulgrave, who I didn't think were all that disappointing last week against Boronia. However, I've heard on the grapevine that there's a late in at Mulgrave with Fletcher Roberts.
Late in?
Could be a late in for Mulgrave.
Saw Fletcher Roberts at the footy on Friday night, and saw Lin Jong as well. Lin Jong still nursing a bit of that injury, bit of a splint on the old finger.
Well, he's done.
He's done. He's not playing, so he's basically out. But Fletcher Roberts, if he's playing, which I also got information that he was, I know they're a big chance. I still probably prefer. I think Croydon will win. I just think on the small ground, the way that they play with that outside run and the defensive mindset, guys like Fraser Smith, etc.
And that's who I think, Spider,
is the key to this game.
Yeah. Fraser Smith. I think Fraser Smith will have the fitness, because you can almost guarantee, I reckon they'll play him on Roberts.
Yeah.
Right, and I reckon that he'll be able to exploit Roberts' lack of fitness in this game.
Well, it's more just pushing him up the ground. They need to push him up the ground, put the squeeze on the small ground, put the clamps on, and we know what they like at the contested ball game, Croydon. They love running through the middle part of that ground.
They do.
Gents, the funny thing about Croydon is they're not a high-scoring team.
No.
They are what you call your true coffee grinders, aren't they? They just grind and grind and grind.
Well, that 10 to 11 goal margin is usually enough for them when they win.
Is, yeah.
That's usually what they'll finish up. They're not going to score 100 today. They're going to probably kick 10 to 12 goals if they're to get the job done and keep Mulgrave to a similar
and
score.
In windy conditions a couple of times this year, Mulgrave have struggled. They've just struggled defensively, and then they've been outworked in some of those areas, and they haven't been able to transition and move the ball with the polish that they have on other days. So it's going to be a big challenge for them. Croydon for me, but Mulgrave, they've had a really good campaign. Just think it might come to a halt by the end of the day.
Just before the rest of you give your selections, the loss of Gervasoni today has been an important link man in the midfield for them this year. I've got a feeling they're going to feel he's lost at some stage of the contest today.
Well, it's huge out, Brush. It's enormous. I mean, to have Jong and him out, you take they're two prime movers from your team. You just can't have those sort of players sitting on the sidelines. It's just hard to replace. They don't have that depth. they don't have the depth to replace those players.
But I think they've managed throughout the year, Mulgrave, quite well, because they have had quite an interrupted season with injuries through those key players. Like John was out through the mid sort of rounds with hamstring. Roberts has been in and out at times as well. They've found ways to cover that, and I think they've got enough depth. It's just the football and what side turns up with Mulgrave that we've seen throughout most of the year. On their best, they're one of the best sides.
Yeah.
I rate them extremely highly.
If they play like they did, Scott, against Waverley, they can trouble Croydon today. But if they don't,
second half of that game.
in that second half, correct. If they play the second half, like for full 4 quarters, they're well in the game. Just not sure they're going to be able to. I think Croydon's a better defensive team than what the teams like Waverley were in that game. So, I just think that's where they're going to struggle.
Well, the Oracle has Croydon winning this game by 8 points, 80 points to 72, and I think that could be that sort of seems like that could be a close result, score-wise.
And wind does play a factor at Mitcham too.
Yeah.
It's Coliseum.
I'd like to see Mulgrave win, but I think there's going to be a heavy reliance on Roberts to kick at least 3 or maybe 4 goals plus throughout the game to keep them in the contest. And for that reason, I'm going to tip Croydon by 2 points.
Ooh, very close.
I don't think it will be by much, and as you said, they don't belt sides, so I really think this will be 1 or 2 goals in, maybe 2 to 3.
Yeah, 11 points for me.
Yeah.
I'll go Mulgrave by 8 points.
And finally, it'd be remiss of us, gentlemen, if we just didn't cast our mind back on what a fantastic Division 3 grand final we witnessed yesterday.
Oh, incredible.
For mine, it was probably the quintessential final that I've seen in this competition for such a long time. It had everything, and it lived up to all the promise that it promised to be. What were your last thoughts on it?
Still reflecting, it was an incredible game. Just the way that Surrey Park just kept working at it from, particularly after half time. Look, they were out of the gates early, Donvan. We thought, this could be a long afternoon for them. But Surrey Park, their composure. They composed themselves throughout the game, got themselves together when they needed to challenge Donvan. They stepped up to the plate, as we alluded to throughout the broadcast. And it had that racing balance, as we spoke about, Ryan. They just wore the big dog down. And they got to the finish line and they had their nose in front, and that's why they are.
Bone Cruncher got pipped on the line.
Well, it did because
Waverley Star.
Yeah, Waverley Star. Yeah, but that's how close these two teams were all year.
Yep.
The margins weren't that much to be honest, and the grand final reflected it.
Absolutely agree.
Well, gentlemen, pre-match is done and dusted for Division 3 grand final day. Thank you for joining us. And when we come back, the call team will assemble for the big Division 3 grand final clash. It's Scoresby versus Whitehorse Pioneers.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood, reserved for the Division 4 2024 Grand Final between Scoresby and Whitehorse. Thank you very much for the folks on the pre-game. The clouds have gathered, yet so has the crowd here at East Ringwood Reserve. Here to see an excellent clash between the top two teams in Division 4. Riding shotgun alongside me will be Gavin Casey. He's absent for the moment, but right now we've got Ryan Long and Wayne Brasher. Gentlemen, thank you so much for doing the pre-game. Thanks, Jared. It's a fantastic day out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Two sides going head-to-head for the Division 4 flag, as you mentioned. And for Scoresby, it's been a long time. 2011, their last grand final, senior grand final, that is. 2006, their last premiership. And Jared, believe it or not, I was there that day at Tormore Reserve. Oh, no way. Against Norwood. It was a come-from-behind win, too. They kicked very inaccurately, 12-22. So we'll see how accurate they can be today. But
good memory.
I did the research this week. It's a big day for the club. They've just had the reserves win, and we've seen them as a powerhouse in the league once upon a time.
Yep.
And it's their first step to getting back to that stage and getting back into the top flight of the Eastern Football League. And they play a Whitehorse side who have really got nothing to lose. They come in as the underdogs. They've just come back into this division after being relegated last year, Brash, and a win today, and suddenly they're back in Div 3. It's a very quick stay.
It is, and like I said, both these sides are seeking redemption because they did get relegated in consecutive years, 2022 and 23. Really important for both these clubs this afternoon. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting game because sometimes form can be very misleading, Jared, because they split, I think, 1-1 during the season.
Yep.
They both won at each other's home ground, so it just seems like to me that we were sort of writing off Whitehorse after that loss to Chirnside because they were positively very horrible that day.
Yes.
But it almost seems like from that moment forward, they took the bit between the teeth and they've produced some very, very positive form heading in for the rest of the season, heading into this game.
You're absolutely.
They come in with an undeniable chance, but I just expect the overall strength and quality of Scoresby throughout this contest. They'll get their moments to take control, and I think that they'll come away with the points this afternoon. I think probably around a 3-goal mark for Scoresby, and just before the Oracle has an 18-point victory for Scoresby, 107-89.
Well, if those are the scores, we're in for a bit of a shootout then. I hope the Oracle's right on that front at the very least. Gav Casey has also joined us. Gav, what's your read on this game? We've got a couple of teams. You'd say that Whitehorse are the underdogs, yet they still have quite a lot of potential, definitely goal-kicking potential as well.
Definitely, they've got some good options up forward, and I think momentum's a big thing in football because getting over Chirnside, they sort of they earned their right.
Yes.
So in that regard, they can go in with confidence. They were a little bit off the pace during the home and away season to the top two, but sometimes it's about timing your run, get your form going, everyone in position. There's no uncertainty in the lineup. with who plays where and what they do. And they have got proven performers. They have a history in this division of winning grand finals. Not, this is they've got a club that can play at a high level for this division, and I think they know what. When you know what a grand final's like, almost people around the players could take away a little bit of nerves.
Yep.
Because there is a knowledge of what goes on.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, I was actually watching the highlights of their last grand final in 2018 against Glen Waverley, and it was a very odd game because they didn't score until halfway through the third quarter. So I think they'll be very eager to, and they won the game, Jared. They were incredible. So they'll be very eager to hit the scoreboard quickly, because if they do fall behind against this Scoresby side, who have not lost a quarter in, I don't know, we haven't got Brash. Do you remember how many quarters in a row that was that Scoresby have won?
24, I believe.
24. So it's been a while that they've just lost a quarter, that is. So once they get on top of games, they're very hard to stop.
And what about this Sunday being a very nice, pleasant day in comparison to what final series has been a windy affair? I don't know if there's been too many clear days in the last few weekends. I'm just trying to remember. Some of these matches have been affected by different conditions.
I think the wind has been the biggest factor in the past few weeks. I think that's been the main thing.
And that's probably what's destroyed a few of the finals, Gav, because some of these sides that come into the finals haven't been really able to show their true worth, what they can actually bring to the table. The wind and the conditions, Jared, as you've alluded to, has been probably the greatest leveller.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll go down to the boundary line for the first time with our boundary riders, Josh Ward and Scott Hardy.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Great to be out here at Eastland Reserve. Somehow recovered after yesterday. But
yeah, how are you feeling?
In decent nick. In a lot better nick than I thought I would be. But great to be out here. Ground is in great condition. There is a bit of a wind factor heading towards the right of your radio dial if you're tuning on the 98.1 FM. And that's the end. Scoresby will be kicking to Scoresby to the left or to the mines, won't it, Scott?
Yeah, I'll probably be carrying him by half time. I'd say hopefully his voice holds, and hopefully not too many injuries down at the boundary. But yeah, you can definitely feel the wind, and hopefully the cup's held in position there. It's getting blowing around mainly to that right, as Josh said.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As the teams will take the positions for the national anthem, gentlemen, we'll quickly get tips. Actually, we'll go down to if you guys are ready to put your tips in, Scott and Josh.
I have my tip in the record. Scoresby by 30 points, and Dal Hare is my best on ground as well.
Yeah, Scoresby by 18 also.
Guys, just before you go, can you check a jumper number for Scoresby, number 7, because number 7 listed here is Ryan Hicks. I had a look at number 7, and he doesn't look like Ryan Hicks. So
we'll chase that up.
Fascinating. Has he changed his hair, maybe?
I'm just trying to. I don't think it's Ryan Hicks. Ryan Hicks is a lot younger, mate.
Yeah, true.
A lot older.
Older, yeah.
And he hasn't got a spiked haircut.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll get the boundary riders to figure that one out as the teams are they've just taken their photos and. Taking place for the national anthem. And, the guy on the boundary line was right. The cup is placed rather precariously in these conditions. As we're waiting, we'll get some more tips as well from the panel. Wayne?
I said 18 points.
18 points,
yeah,
Ryan?
Scoresby by 5 goals.
On behalf of the Eastland Football Netball League, welcome to East Ringwood Reserve for today's Eastland Division 4 Senior Grand Final between Scoresby and Whitehorse. Scoresby progressed through by winning the semi-final by 52 points over Churnside Park, while Whitehorse won in a big prelim final by 17 points last week to progress through to today's decider. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay our respects to the elders past and present. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people here today. Congratulations and best of luck to both competing sides in today's decider. Officiating umpires for today's match are, in the field, Zach Dent, Jesse Haywood and Tim Noonan. In the boundary, we have Zach Disney, Steph Vandersilk, Luke Cofield and Jacob Timms. And in the goals, we have Luke Koenig and Ashley Price. I would now like to ask to be all standing for the National Anthem of Australia with the players and umpires. make the best team win.
Whether you're at the MCG on the final day of September or at a suburban ground watching some Div 4 local footy, it always sends a tingle up your spine when you hear the anthem, and months of work are about to come to a head for both of these teams. We'll go back to also well done to Blake Tennant, great MC Tennant.
MC Tennant, excellent work throughout the final series, lending his voice to the grounds, of course. Scott Hardy on the boundary line.
Yeah, boys, just spoken to Scoresby. I think you owe him an apology there, Brash. It definitely is Ryan Hicks. He's had a freshen up, got the haircut, so looking young and may wind the clock back.
Maybe he's got a new skin routine or something. I don't know.
Thanks, Scotty.
So, Gav, what was your tip going to be for this one?
Well, sometimes you like to see some sort of justice for a season of toil and the top side go on. But grand final's not about that.
No, exactly.
So I do think Scoresby, though, will have the credentials and the power today to win. But, never be surprised.
No, exactly. And for my own prediction, I think it'll be Scoresby. I think Whitehorse will stick with them for about 2.5 quarters, and then Scoresby will put the foot down, and I think it's going to be about 6 goals in the end of it. Blake Tennant as well. We didn't get your tip.
Yes, welcome, boys.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. I just want to quickly I need to get it off my chest, but it's always great to see my good friend and Andrew Haining go about his business today. Leading this club is just tremendous what he's done, and it's great to see him in action. Hello, boys. Good to see you all again as well. And my tip today, I put it in the record, actually, so you can check it out if you're around the grounds today, but I tipped Scoresby by 40 points. I think it's gonna be a close battle, but I feel like Scoresby have just got that another bit of layer than what they do with the scoring power over Whitehorse.
Thank you very much, Blake. As the players take their position, we're just about to get underway for the Division 4 Grand Final 2024. Scoresby Magpies versus the Whitehorse Pioneers, and here is Gavin Casey to take us underway.
Going right to your screen is Scoresby to the Mount Dandenong Road end. Whitehorse going to the left to the Mines Road end. No clear advantage, one out of the first ball up here at East Ringwood Reserve. Division 4 Grand Final day. Haining does win the tap backwards to his teammate in Sim. Sim can't burst through the tackles, and it'll be another ball up. We literally have not moved away from the centre circle in the first 30 seconds. The third attempt at a ruck contest. Haining wins the tap. Scoresby might be getting themselves onto the ball through Coulthard, but he gets wrapped up. And no clear possession yet won. So Haining versus Finlay again. Haining, front position, big body, keeps in front, but ground level it's been taken by Bishop. He's wrapped up, and soon we'll see a kick or hand pass.
At some point.
Haven't yet. One more ruck contest, then I'll hand it over. We'll see what happens out of this one. Here's a kick. It's Fabry kicking it to 15 metres, a bit of a dribbler. So it's now finished in the hands of Corcoran, who goes across the back of the square. Kick across ground to Marshall, outer side, bouncing ball to Store, gets in front of his opponent, shrugs off a tackle, gets onto the right foot, doesn't look like to be his natural, props his kick to centre forward. Now it's a disputed ball, won by the Pioneers. Hand pass over the tops, a long hopeful one to Sim. Sim stands up nicely. Handball receives, goes out wide. So a bit of transition football for Whitehorse from half back, short pass down the wing, and now to settle the nerves maybe with some clear possession. Kick goes long. Outer side, disputed ball close to the line. Punch comes in from the Scoresby defenders. Ground level, another contest, and it'll be a ball up. So that's the first clear passage of play. It's gone forward for Whitehorse.
We'll go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
A couple of matchups to keep an eye on in the Whitehorse attacking half. Tom Young, he's got Moomin Amin for company, and Daniel Horvat, he's got Daniel Byer on him.
Thank you very much, Josh. As Scoresby get the clearance, high ball onto the wing, standing under it and taking a strong mark. The Magpies go forward from that. It just slipped out of the hands of Johnson. Dalgleish was out the back to collect it. His handball went astray. Corcoran tackled, wrapped up. Strong stuff by Michael McDougall, but it was too high. So Scoresby will get perhaps the first decisive inside 50 through Corcoran. Zach Corcoran, that is. Weighs up his options. What's presenting? Hicks is going to be there, but, the Flyers go up. Hicks was front and centre, but his kick was partially smothered. Amin was there. He just got bustled over, and Whitehorse now clearing handball into space. letting their teammates run onto it. Little chipping kick, and Dominic Violi is the one to take the mark. Just to settle the nerves once more for Whitehorse as they attempt to rebound. Kicks onto the wing. De Geest, no, it clears him. Nearly marked there by Bayer. And holding free kick. And it's going to go the way of Taylor. Hands it off to De Violi. Kicks it towards centre half forward. Just out of their hands now. Good tackle laid. Corcoran is in there. Gets the handball away. Walnerick cleans up his own teammate. And Whitehorse regain the ball. Fabris kicks it. 2-on-1 situation. Horvath beats them all. Young. My mistake. Thank you. So Tom Young, 64 goals for the year. And he could be the first one on the board for the grand final. And a good start to the Pioneers if he's able to slot this. It's going to be a bit of a long run up to the 40-metre arc here at East Ringwood. Tom Young comes in. He's going to kick it pretty much dead on the arc. It looks good. It looks very good. First blood to the Pioneers.
And we've talked about Daniel Horvath as probably the hot hand across the final series with 12 goals, but Tom Young coming back in the side just in time for finals looks actually more the dangerous matchup for Scoresby to handle. A big body and a great mark of the footy, Brash.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll go for Brash. But yeah, he's been tremendous. I said, that game against Churnside not Churnside, the one that we had before that was just get him ready. Kicked 3 last week against Churnside. This guy's primed for a big game, and that's no better than Tom Young to start us off here.
13 minutes into the first quarter at Mitcham, and Croydon are out to a flyer. 4-1-25 leading Mulgrave 1-1-7.
Haining took it out of the ruck. Kick was dropped by the forward up there in McDougall. So it's still a chance of Whitehorse. McDougall's trying to push off. This time it was Michael. Gets the kick inside 50. Can't find his teammate there in Horvath, and it'll dribble out of bounds in the left forward pocket. So Haining was very strong, stood up against the ruck contest.
Plenty of maroons around the ground, which is great to see on there. There'll be plenty of black and white too. Josh?
Another key matchup, Peter Zanaro. Peter Zanaro matching up against Amin, watching on 100.
Amin's yet to get into it at 98, so we'll watch for that. But it's a sideshow for the moment. The big show is Whitehorse in the grand final, setting up for another shot at goal. First goal went to their leading forward in Tom Young, who's now on 65 for the year. But it's in the hands of Michael McDougall. The clearing kick didn't clear the 40. And McDougall was there, chest mark. He's close to the lines, and it's very acute angle, beyond 45-degree angle. So his kick goes away from goals in the end, but there's one man standing up and will take the mark at the top of the goal square.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
So it's in the end, it's in the hands of Johnson, is it?
Richard Johnston, indeed.
Yeah, so he was tall, and it was so obvious he was the only one looking at the ball. The whole pack sort of stood behind him and jostled, and he stood and took his mark from the top of the goal square. It's the second, and Whitehorse Pine. Well, hang on a sec. It's been touched by the man on the mark, so that's an elementary mistake. A fine effort of defensive effort, and everyone that was celebrating has to change their tune. It's only a minor score. Whitehorse 1-1-7. Could have been 2 goals. They're 1-1-7. 6.5 minutes gone, first term. Let off for Scoresby.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that actually. Yeah, I reckon that bounced.
So Scoresby's already made it to the wing. The kick just eluded Hicks, though, over the line. Brash in the score centre.
15 minutes into the first quarter at Jubilee Park in the first semi-final, and it's all square. Roval 2 goals, 12 points. South Croydon 2 goals, 12 points.
Excellent game brewing there up in Premier Division. Great tackle laid there by Delrain. Sim's going to feel that one, but it'll just be the ball up. Whitehorse 1-1-7. Scoresby yet to score. 7 minutes gone in this first quarter. Division 4 grand final. Fabris couldn't quite get his kick away, was tackled. Sim tried to barge through 2 opponents. Holding the ball. Scoresby to move forward, and they've just turned it straight over, kicking it down the throat of Adam Hewitt. And he will, the former Montrose man, kick it down the ground, and they're playing a bit of kick-to-kick here as Kazizada has taken the mark. Sorry, that's movement him in. And nearly another intercept mark there by Whitehorse. They get the possession. Johnson goes up, nearly takes the mark. Couldn't quite, roving it at ground level. Scoresby, good tackling pressure here by Whitehorse. Scoresby just get the handball away. Now it's Dale Hare down the ground. Pack form, spills out the back, and it's all Whitehorse with the numbers. Scooping it up at centre half back and kicking it along was Dalgleish. Parsons tackled, wrapped up by Robinson. Just got a little bit of a disposal away. Managed to regain his feet. Got the handball off to Dunn. Whitehorse are on the march here. Kick inside forward 50, 2-on-1 situation. Oh, Johnson tackled by Bayer. It comes out to Young. His kick was smothered partially. Bayer at the bottom of this, tackled by Horvath.
Boundary.
Wrapped up, and Whitehorse get a stoppage in there. Forward 50. Down to Josh Ward on the boundary.
Two different forward structures out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Whitehorse, they look like their forwards are playing higher up, whereas Scoresby, they're trying to isolate Adam and Min on Peterson Aro.
Whitehorse in the attacking area again. They probably had the advantage of the inside 50s today for sure. Couldn't get the clearance there to go forward again. So it's going to be a ball up 40 metres or 35 metres out from goals. Tom Young doing the rucks. His tap's been sharked by a Scoresby defender, but the clearing kick doesn't clear the area again. And Mills standing at centre half forward puts a spearing ball in. He probably didn't want it to go that shallow, and standing in the way was Zach Corcoran. And he relieves some pressure for Scoresby. He's got an up and over to go to centre half back. Finds his teammate there. And it's Hicks with the new haircut. So he'll be very identifiable today.
It's a unique haircut, Case.
Long ball to Store, but he got underneath it, so he had to go to the sport, and it did work out to effect. Walnerak, and now it's a pass inside 50, and Scoresby had talked. All the defending have now got an inside 50. Nice swift movement has opened up play for them, and Scoresby going to the Mount Dandenong Road. The kicker didn't trust his distance, goes inside. Drop ball by Dalrain. Let off the hook was Whitehorse there, because that would have been a shot from directly in front. But here's a roving effort, picked up, quick kick. No goal from the kick of Dalrain, and it's missed everything actually.
Boundary.
So he just rushed himself. Dalrain probably had a step or two to get himself going forward, but the miss doesn't change the scores. Scoresby yet to score in this grand final. 10 minutes played. Whitehorse 1-1-7. Let's go boundary side for comment.
Yeah, thanks, Gav. It's one thing to note, just the interchange. Once it's on that far side, it takes so long for the players to get over. Jordan Gardenland was standing here for about 10 minutes, and then the wrong player came off, so he had to go off, and now he's back on.
Kick down the ground by Whitehorse, and it misses Young. Trickles over the boundary line harmlessly.
Josh almost touched the footy there, I saw.
Did he fumble it or
yeah,
clean hands?
Fumbled, and the lady behind us spilled
That just shows you the state I'm in, fellas.
Grand final pressure's hitting everyone.
Brash in the score centre.
3 goals, 18, South Croydon, 2-2, 14, 19 minutes, first quarter.
On this throw-in, battling for it, there is Kerr, tackled by Robinson. Boundary line.
Sorry, just has to be noted, Josh's slippery hands has let the ball slip, hit the lady behind, and she spilled her beer. So Josh probably owes her a beer from down here. So if you've got drink vouchers, send him down. Oh, he's got it again.
Hey, much better pickup then.
Maybe I should stick with the left hand rather than the right hand.
I think that's a media file if we get one there.
You're playing Division 2 with Surrey Park next year, Josh?
Zero chance. The Surrey Park people will know about that one.
Hayting versus Finlay in the ruck. Finlay tapped it down, but straight down the throat of Violi. Another inside 50 to Whitehorse. Young standing under it. Punched away from him by Moomin Amen. Back into play it will be. So once again, 1-1-7 Whitehorse. No score. Scoresby. Nearly 12 minutes gone in the first quarter. Grand final action, of course. Thank you very much for listening on Eastern 98.1 or watching on the Facebook and YouTube streams. Tapping it down was Haining. Got a secondary tap as well, but Fabris couldn't handle it. Had to turn tackler. Robinson fell over, and Parsons recovered the ball for Whitehorse. Kicked it down the ground. Strong mark by Tom Waldnerek in defence for the Magpies. Important cog in that defensive lineup is Waldnerek. Hare on the outer side and loads of space. Now kicks it down onto the wing. Great punch over the top. Good stuff by George Laurie, that was. And over the line.
Time on first quarter, gents, while we got a close one. 20 minutes in. Croydon lead 4-1-25, Mulgrave 1-1-7.
Thank you very much, Brash. So tap comes down to Delrain. He was tackled by Ward, holding the ball. So going forward with this will be Mitch Ward, former Blackburn player. Walnerek sets himself again on this kick, just got a hand to it, spilled out. He had to tackle McDougall, got it to Hare though. Hare down the ground once more. He started to rack up possessions, but that kick wasn't great. Taken by Dalglish, took some space in front of him, got the kick down. Granlund met it heavily. He had to tackle Robinson in there as well. Granlund gave away the holding free kick, and it's going to be going to Josh Taylor.
Taylor's got it, getting onto his left foot, runs and directs it to the forward 50. No flyers for Whitehorse. Ground level ball for Marshall. He taps it forward. Knock-ons and finish with Frith. Frith to the running player. Now Corcoran will get it going from centre half back. Take a bounce. Doesn't think about a second because he's got a man over the top. Delrain will run left flank. Tries to go inboard. Now spears the ball in. He was very optimistic. I think he was hoping that someone would be on the end of it. And all it was Whitehorse setting up the wall and chopping it off. They'll try to run it out. Hand pass over the top to Violi. Violi's got another over the top. Kerr's trying to get it to the wing. Now it's a disputed ball. Bounce. It didn't go well for McDougall, but he tried to put his body on the line. Now he gets in position where he could knock it on. He doesn't choose to knock it on, so it's still in the congestion on the wing. Allows Scoresby to get in. I don't think McDougall knew there was a tap on play there to open it up. And it's a ball up centre wing. So Scoresby haven't hit up targets inside 50, and Whitehorse have had a lot of forward territory. Hasn't turned into scores yet, but they seem to be getting much more first hands. Prout this time was those first hands in the contest, but has to hand it back to the umpire. Was wrapped up in a tackle. Rucks go out at centre wing. Ground level ball taken by Hare. Hare quickly onto the boot. All Whitehorse, but it eludes everyone. Can Adam Amin get onto it? The big boy lumbers after it. He just sees it over the line, and he hasn't had a touch yet.
Probably the boundary line was a good result for Whitehorse there, because they had all the numbers, and no one seemed to go out for the actual mark. So
yeah, no communication there.
No.
I suppose when you let it bounce, that's when the chance will hit, and luck doesn't always roll your way. But Whitehorse have been good behind the ball. Just need to see what they can do out of this defensive effort. It's bobbling around. The umpire's not seeing any free kicks. He's saying holding the ball. What may have been, or a hopeful push in the back was Frith was asking for. Turns into holding the ball as he hatched it. And Laurie takes it away and transitions across the ground.
Good kick by Laurie. Good option too out there. I believe this is Hewitt. Kicks it to Rob McDougall this time. So Whitehorse happy to slow things down a little bit and control the ball. Gee, that was poor. He kicked it at the man on the mark, who was Hicks. Turnover, Scoresby. McBean got the handball out in front of Hicks, but it was just a little wayward. McDougall was back onto it, and a good kick down the line for Whitehorse. No, it wasn't. Intercepted now. Scoresby to load up once more. Hare was the presenting option. Safe hands of him. And he's going to... send a floater inside forward 50. McDougall set himself well, didn't take the mark, but got it at ground level. His kick intercepted by Delrain. Delrain from the 40. Flying shot at goal was always going to miss to the right. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Yeah, just on the verge of quarter time in Premier Division. Roval 5 straight 30 leading South Croydon 2-3-15.
So we've just seen the first score on the board for Scoresby in this 2024 Grand Final Division 4. Scoresby 1 point from Delrain. Trail Whitehorse 1-1-7.
No.
Kick's been chopped off. It's quick play on. Hands over the top. Here's a goal for Scoresby. And they're alight now. And it's through Stoffels. And I wasn't ready to call that one because the kick out went nowhere. And Stoffels was just standing, doing his bit of just standing in the man marking. Oh, sorry, Coulthard. I was so disjointed. I've called the wrong play. Coulthard, in the end of it, took a mark. Well, a 5-metre kick mark.
Yeah, exactly.
And then ran on,
a mark.
And it's a goal.
Quotation marks.
Jeez, it's Harris, that's just terrible what happened just there. Just the lack of ability with the kick. I felt like, I know it just skimmed it out there, but you can't have that in a grand final, not in a big stage. You don't want to be doing that early days because that kick could still be in your head from the next quarters coming through. You don't need that kick there.
Mm-hmm.
So Johnston versus Johnson in the ruck. I hope you're following. Johnson taps it down. That was the Scoresby one. And Marshall buries his way in and gains the high free kick. So sees an option out wide. It's Corcoran. Lets it bounce into his hands as he's pressured by Hewitt. Gets the kick away regardless. McDougall's there again. Oh, didn't quite take the mark on the stretch. Fell to ground and dragged it in. He has dragged it in. This is dangerous for Whitehorse.
I think he wanted that one, I mean.
Yeah. But it's just a ball up in the pocket. Scoresby's forward line taken out of the ruck by Johnson.
Come on, Adam.
Free kick has gone the way of Johnston. This is Richard Johnston of Whitehorse. Down the line, pack forms, off hands, straight down to Prout. Granland is the only one in the centre of the ground where he directed the kick. So he took the mark for Scoresby. Down to McBean, had to go down to ground level, let it spill. To Geest, handball, wasn't great. Taylor was there, and now Ward for Whitehorse, over to Parsons. There's a man completely out on his own. It's McDougall. Michael McDougall takes one bounce into the open goal, and he's missed it. Gee.
So much. Well, he had so much more time, so much more space. Also, running beside him, he had Nelson as well. That's a golden opportunity blown.
Yeah, so that was pretty rough for Whitehorse there. I thought he was a good option.
Well, they caught him out. They obviously had the player over the top. They were out of position, Scoresby, and didn't.
They weren't able to punish.
No.
Back into play here on the boot of Kazizada. Marshall takes the mark for Scoresby. Safe hands. And now where to? Whitehorse have set up pretty well, and there is the evidence of that as Johnston came across and took the mark. Nearly cleaned up by Johnson of Scoresby. So he earned the free kick. Down to centre half forward. Bayer is wrestling. Amin was there as well. Bayer back onto it. Got the handball away. Violi was taken high. And Dominic Violi will have a set shot at goal for Whitehorse.
Yeah. They're doing pretty well here. They're just slowing it down a bit and looking for the targets a bit more here. But after a very slow and panicky start, boys, by Whitehorse here.
Well, I think it's been from both sides. The skill levels have probably...
the nerves must be through the roof.
Yeah, no doubt.
These two
Disposal
sides.
by foot's been...
Yeah.
14 goals for the year for Dominic Violi. Can he add a 15th? An important one too. Gee, he completely miskicked it. Nearly floated back, off hands and hit the post. So just the one behind for Whitehorse. Again, 139 are the Pioneers to 117 Scoresby. We've just ticked into time on in the first quarter.
And as you said, Blake, maybe that is partly due to nerves and sides, just a bit slow to settle, but you're right, it's been both sides. I feel like that just haven't really hit the ground running.
It's been more Whitehorse just panicking a bit more than Scoresby have at the moment. That's how I see it.
On the wing, though, it's claimed by Whitehorse through Dalgleish, high up and under. And good read there by his teammate, thankfully for him. Sim grabs it, goes into the middle. Bouncing ball doesn't suit with the pass. They're not hitting their targets cleanly. Trying to get it going was Johnson. Sim's out the back. He'll take the dispossessed possession. And now the kick goes inside. It's a wrestle for the contest. Scoresby do well to just hold up there, but they just can't clear the area with any clear possession, and the hand pass goes out too wide and out of bounds. So only a moment ago, what was an accidental spiral didn't get the result for Whitehorse through Violi, and Scoresby haven't been able to clear beyond half back since then. It's a ball in 45, 50 metres out. Heining's in good position. The opposition ruck tries to push him under. Does it not a bad job. Ground level ball, Nelson. Couldn't claim it straight away. He's got some help through Johnson. He's also got Stoffels there. Finishes up. Oh, Nelson drops it. Spent it before he could kick it. And it's almost what could have been all this quarter for Whitehorse. And the passes are either too fierce or not hitting the targets. Generally, Sim's been getting into it, so it's good to see him get around the contest. Heining dominating with strength. But can he open it up for Whitehorse? Wins the tap again. Here's Sim. Sim runs onto it. Smothered kick from 45. It's still in the hands. Violi shares it. Now the shared kick. It's a wobble. It's hit the post. Stoffels. It wobbled, and then it hit the right post just as it was about to celebrate. But now another minor score. Whitehorse 1-4-10 for all their inside 40s. 1-4-10, leading by 3 points. Scoresby 1-1-7, 22 minutes first term.
Yeah, better skills there by Whitehorse there.
Jordan Granlund kicked it in. Toby Richards took the mark for Scoresby. The transition is a little quicker than Whitehorse when they can get it going, but ill-directed kick there. It was intended for Hare, out in the full.
I tell you, he's having a really good start to this grand final. Is Mitch Ward. He's been terrific for the Pioneers so far.
Well, as you say that, he's just kicked it straight to a Scoresby man.
Jinxed him. Thanks, Jared.
Scoresby to take the corridor this time through Bailey Marshall. He's going to go directly up the corridor, taking the mark in the centre circle. The Magpies will go forward. That was Robinson, and good use of the body on the 40-metre arc with a bit of an angle. This is Mason Storr. He's kicked 22 goals for the year. Former Dallaston man, former Baronia under-19s. Daleston. Don't know why I've typoed that one. Mason Storr. Very deliberate approach. This will punish Whitehorse for all their missed opportunities if he's able to kick it. My word, that is such a good kick. Straight through the middle. And Scoresby take the lead in the grand final. Well, left to right, he just measured it well with the wind, and that was a perfect kick and a great start for him and for Scoresby. Probably not dominating the territory in the early stages, but they've made the most of their opportunities. Whitehorse haven't, and they lead now.
That is a Tom Hawkins special there, boys. The left to right. That is just perfect what you're seeing. Mason Storr, what a player he's been, as you mentioned before, Jared as well. So great start. Advantage at this stage going to Whitehorse, but we need kind of just a little bit more response here for Whitehorse next one.
Indeed. And getting the clearance, Dale Hare kicks it along the ground. Ward tapped it, but Storr was there and he was taken high. So Mason Storr gets another opportunity. And we'll go to Brash in the score centre just quickly.
Croydon 5-2-32 lead. Mulgrave 1-1-7 at quarter time.
Well, this could be season over for the Lions. Brave run it was, but Mason Storr now kicks it inside forward 50, top of the goal square, off hands, and it trickles over the line for the behind.
Still 3 quarters to go, Jared. Just keep that in mind.
Let's go ground side for some winds just starting to spruik up a little bit. Scotty, talk us through us a bit.
Yeah, we could see from that last one just that kick and that swirling breeze. Scoresby just getting an understanding, but you can see here it's about to sit up, and that's Whitehorse's problem at the moment. They'll have to make that readjustment on the second quarter.
I'll get a comment from you because I reckon it's going to Mount Dandenong Road, affecting kicks going into the wind, but I don't reckon it's necessarily helping kicks going forward. What do you reckon?
Not necessarily. It is obviously holding up a lot more, but it's probably just the delivery that either both sides have been giving. I think Scoresby is sort of using it just more effectively.
Yeah, so Scoresby, this wind starting to spruik up. You can probably hear it through the effects, Mike. They're going to the Mount Dandenong Road. Kicked by Frith. Goes in, and now the man in position takes the mark for Scoresby, and they'll have another shot at goal. So it's been a late injection of inside 40s that are turning into shots at goals, and it's Hicks.
It's the young lad.
Boundary.
The man is rejuvenated with one haircut. He has dropped years on his age on the sheet. Hicks will have a shot from directly in front, just about 30 metres out. And another unspoiled marking attempt. His kick is left post. Has wind brought it back to the middle of the goals? The goal umpire says yes, it has. And Hicks gets the third on the board for Scoresby. 3-2-20. Scoresby now lead by 10 points. Whitehorse 1-4-10 late in this first term.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Scott Harding.
We're also starting to get a little bit of rain down here as well, so that may add to it. I don't know how heavy it's going to be. It's just dripping at the moment. But yeah, for Whitehorse, it'll be interesting to see if they've got that same sort of mark and whether they can sort of make that judgment. The 2 kicks from Scoresby, it looks like they've been training for this win, training for it.
Wayne Brasher in the score. Thank you, Scott. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Quarter time, Roval 5 straight 30, leading South Croydon 2-3-15.
Thank you very much. Back into the ruck. Haining just took it out, handed it to Sam. Here's an opportunity for Whitehorse to get a late one. Horvath sets himself. It's a 2-on-2 contest. Ball in dispute. Oh, goal from Horvath.
He just got it on the boot. Goodness me. The ball was in dispute, and then suddenly Horvath managed to snaffle it, get it on the boot, and from about a metre out,
well, he's an opportunist.
snapped a goal.
And we see he loves the final stage, and it was just right spot, right time. Got a boot to it, and they needed that one as well because for the quarter they've had.
Reward for effort.
Yeah, that's right. They did need at least a couple of goals this quarter. In particular, they can't give up too much of a lead early, otherwise it'll be very hard to get back.
Well, they might have a wind advantage. This time Haining takes it out of the ruck, hands it off to the runner in Fabry. He gets it centre forward. That is the quarter time siren. It's been a close contest, scoreboard as well as on field. It's Scoresby leading 3-2-20 to Whitehorse Pioneers 2-4-16. We'll go to our first break and we'll come back and talk about what was the quarter one in Grand Final 2024 Division 4.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day. It's Grand Final Day in Division 4. It's turning out it might be an exciting game. It's some skill errors, some wind really playing havoc, but at the quarter time break, it's Scoresby 3-2-20, leading Whitehorse Pioneers 2-4-16. Going through the goal kickers for Scoresby, Coulthard, Hicks and Storr, and for Whitehorse, it's been Young and Horvath. Brash, I know you've been watching from afar, keeping an eye on scores. We'll get some scores in a sec, but what about your opinion on that first quarter from what you saw?
Actually, I think what Whitehorse managed to do is they managed to frustrate Scoresby early, not allowing Scoresby to get the game on their terms. And I thought that on the overall balance of the quarter, Whitehorse probably should be 2 or 3 goals in front I think they didn't take they didn't make use of the opportunities that were presented to them.
Brendan, let's go boundary side. I think it's Scott first up.
It's Josh.
Sorry, Josh. Mate.
That's okay, Gav. I'm alongside Whitehorse assistant coach Jeff Gallagher. Jeff, must be pretty impressed with the start heading into the breeze.
We were pretty happy, actually. Having been here the last couple of weeks, I think it's probably helped us the way we move the footy. What we've sort of found is, though, you got a little more time than you think you do. It's a hot footy, obviously, but I think we just need to communicate around the ball, get our hands on it, and I think we can get away on the outside.
What's the message from Andrew heading into this second quarter?
Yeah, look, just that. I think just make sure we don't get caught in the dead parts of the ground. Try to open up the game a little bit, and if we can get one-on-ones to our two big fellas, then we can probably make something happen.
Thanks, Jeff. Good luck for the rest.
Josh, cheers.
Is that something actually that we probably didn't discuss? The fact that Scoresby haven't played here this year. They played their first final at Bayswater. Whitehorse have played now 2 finals in a row at East Ringwood. Potential factor. It's not going to decide whether you win or lose, but certainly can play a bit of a factor. Well, let's go down the boundary, Scott Hardy.
Well, it is actually me again, but
Sorry,
I did say that I did speak with Andrew Hanning during the week, and he did say they've made it like a home away from home at East Ringwood Reserve.
Yeah, fascinating.
Thanks, Scott.
Josh with a deep voice after the celebrations.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Josh Ward.
Yeah, Scott Hardy. Thanks, boys. But just from Scoresby's huddle, look, they were still talking about that quarter, 25 in a row, pushing for the 26 in a row. Also, they're looking at their inside 50s. They want that win they feel is coming towards the commentary side. So they're going to look at trying to switch it across where they can, keep it trapped in from Whitehorse perspective. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Very interesting into that first quarter. We'll go to Brash in the score centre.
Yeah, 7 minutes into the second quarter here, and Croydon lead by 24 points. Croydon 6-3-39, leading Mulgrave 2-3-15.
Thank you very much, Brash, as we're about to get underway for this second quarter. I felt the Whitehorse was starting to get up in the clearances in the last part of that quarter. Haining is definitely starting to become a bit of a factor, of course. I think he's always going to be a challenge for anyone who comes up against Whitehorse, and he could really stamp his authority on this grand final if he gets the chance. But here we go for the second quarter. Gav Casey to take us underway.
Haining from a standing start. Johnson tries to run at him. They really just fluff their lines there, both ruckmen. Sim tries to get it out. His hand pass has been chopped off, and here goes Frith running through the pack. Long ball to him in. Underneath it, tries to grasp it to his chest. He had players all over him too. Now it's a contested ball where Hicks puts himself in the firing line. He couldn't break a tackle, and Whitehorse just about on their last line. Stand up for now.
Watching Cooper Frith run out of that midfield. He's a scary player when he gets going.
Yep.
Indeed.
One of the best in the division.
Yep.
He just walked through it like there were cones then, but Amin probably hasn't had many sniffs of the Sharon yet, and he couldn't grasp a mark as well.
We've got the Amin tracker today as well. We had the Darcy Fridge tracker on 98 at the moment.
Boundary throw in will just go, gets scores around the ground in one moment. Haining in front position, knocks it down to ground level. It evades Fabry and will be out of bounds. Brash with scores around the EFNL.
Yeah, 9 minutes into the second quarter at Jubilee Park, and Roval have opened a 28-point lead over South Croydon. It's Roval 7-1-43, leading South Croydon 2-3-15.
Series of hand passes from the Haining tap goes to the wing now. Whitehorse being scragged in the marking contest was Horvath. He'll get the possession. I reckon it was there. He was getting pulled at the jumper as he was holding his position. He goes in the middle. Very dangerous. It's a one-on-one, and the bounce of the ball suits Delrain. So I'm not sure if he assessed the options quite clearly there, Horvath, and the push goes to Delrain, and it's a play on for Scoresby in the middle of East Ringwood Reserve.
Corcoran it was that take the handball, and up he goes. Taking it down. This is Luke Plumridge. Inside 50 mark to Scoresby.
Wind's
And a
getting-
shot at goal, and the wind is picking up, isn't it?
Oh, it is. You can feel it in the cons box here.
So Luke Plumridge, former one turn at South under-19s player, 17 goals for the year. He could equal his 2023 tally of 18 with this kick, and this would put Scoresby further up. And there is absolutely no movement from behind the goals, and that tells us exactly what we need to know, just the one behind.
I think that's what you'll be hearing. You'll either be hearing a big cheer or not really.
Let's go to the boundary line with I'm not even going to guess.
It's Scott. We'll work on that through the day. But just from that win perspective, it's obviously a talking point. But from ground level, not as bad. I think obviously up higher, once that ball's getting a little bit of loft, that's when it's starting to cause issues. But from ground level, not too bad.
McDougall back of the pack at half back. Now they go forwards. Parsons takes the mark on the outside. Got a short pass on. Pioneers going forward, long ball in, the bouncing ball, Horvath has to run at it, he has a go at it, he just gets in good position, but there's a heap of tacklers to take him on and take him down. As it didn't suit, the kick's not suiting the forwards today, they're having to work hard. Horvath did read it well, kept it in front of himself, now has to take the ruck contest, ground level ball, Scoresby got some good players through Frith gets a hand pass out, now they go out aside. Knock on might suit, and here go the Magpies. Bounce of the ball. Well, that was ambitious. There's the tackler just on you, and it's a holding the ball, bouncing, and then being tackled. Well, there's some unseen mistakes happening today, and that is one that's more than comical. It was quite interesting. As now the kick being chopped off at centre half back. So it's kick to kick at the moment, and it's in the hands of Johnson. Johnson hands it off to the runner in. Kaz gets it out wide, and the kick's been chopped off and it's been punched out of bounds, and it'll be a boundary thrown on the outer side. I'm still getting over some of the kicks being chopped off from the goal square, and then the bounce before you're being tackled is a new one.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Back into play, it will be on the outer side. It's going to be Haining against Johnson. Haining taps it down, but straight down the throat of a Scoresby player, and intercept mark taken from that kick. It was Laurie. Kicks it into the centre of the ground. It's just going to bounce in front of Sim. He's got Hare for company, and Hare, well, that was clearly holding the man. I don't know how he thought he was going to get away with that. Maybe he thought it was just good to hold up the game, give the free kick away regardless. Nearly a mark taken by Violi, and he was shoved in the back by Granland. And they're looking for 25 down at ground level, but no, I think he just kind of just ran into Granland, and that made him drop the ball. So the defence is set. Violi's got a task ahead of him to pick out an option. He's going to look for Young. Up he goes, off his hands. Johnson tackled immediately by Bayer. And they hold it up for a stoppage.
Just going to try lock it in here, Whitehorse. Just going to try lock it in. Get a score going.
We'll see if they're able to, or if Scoresby can transition out. It's being bounced around. Min even got it away. Oh, this is Coulthard, in fact. One-on-one. His kick down the ground. McBean and Ward, they wrestle with each other. All's fair. The Cavalry arrive. It's Coulthard again. Plumridge gets the handball out in front of the runner, shoved in the back. And it was Cooper Frith who's going to take the free kick. Kick and a half from goal for Scoresby. Good transition by them. And it left Whitehorse a bit nervous.
The bounce of the ball just made it unnecessary in the end.
Indeed.
Well.
Frith looking for options. Centreward. Hits up Amin. This is Moomin Amin. And he's going to kick it into the pocket, but coming out and taking a strong mark. I think this guy's having a pretty good game, is Richard Johnson.
He is, and obviously the target there was Adam Amin, but there's about 4 Whitehorse players around him, and they're the options that they don't want to be taking.
The man on the mark evaporated, allowed Johnson to run another 10, kicks it to the wing. Got some good numbers, have Whitehorse. Where's next, though, with the kick up around the corner? No one home. There's practically no one forward of the ball apart from Violi. If he gets lucky, he's the only one inside 40. But Scoresby do well. Getting out of defence. Bounce again. Hand pass over the top. Can Scoresby run it? Delrain was in there with the bounce before. He couldn't be the support runner. But now it gets forward to Hicks. Hicks on outer side, half forward, surveys the options, looks for Amin, goes to the forward pocket. Amin gets underneath it, defender's back. Amin just gets strong in it. Now he bounces up with the ball, hooks it on the left boot. It's a beauty from 30 metres out, and he celebrates goal 99 for the year. And Scoresby get out to 11-point lead early in the second term.
Well, I was going to say it was good defending at first from Whitehorse, but the fact that he was able just to keep his feet while the opponent in front of him fell down and was able to put through a pretty impressive snap, and as you can see on the right side, the Adam and Min track at 99 for the season.
Will Josh
One
Ward
away.
run on the ground? Will he run on the ground?
Just look at the Scoresby boys behind the goals at the moment.
Oh, they're
Just
getting ready, aren't
There's
they?
about 30 blokes ready to jump that fence.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
Blake, are you going to jump off the balcony up there?
Oh, I did for Fridge, but I don't think he liked that one. So see how we go.
Back into the centre we go. Oh, Sim just takes it straight out of the centre. Open forward line for Whitehorse, and Young takes the mark.
Well, that's as good as you can get from a Whitehorse perspective. And we talk about Eddie Sim as one player who's got to get going today if they're a chance to win, and that was brilliant from him. Perfect kick, and now Young just needs to convert.
Young's kicked one already today. Kicked the first for Whitehorse. Crosses the arc. This will cut the lead for Whitehorse, and he's put it through. They move to 3-4-22. Scoresby 4-3-27. 8.5 minutes gone.
And Jared, there's not much you can do to defend that when you're getting it on a silver platter like that kick from Sim as we go down to the score centre with Brash.
Yep, 16 minutes into the second quarter, and it's Croydon by 31 points. Croydon 7-4-46 leading Mulgrave 3-3-21.
If Blake does jump off the balcony, you can probably get Chris Curtis's pen, which is still stuck on the roof.
It actually is. It's still there. It's still.
So from one spirit to another, Scoresby's a min, and it's been answered straight away by Young. Kick goes forward for Whitehorse. They just can't snare the ball at centre forward. Kazazada gets a kick, but it doesn't clear the area. He's got some help from Robinson. Bouncing ball goes to centre forward. Whitehorse under a heap of pressure, but holding up nicely was Dalgeish, but he let go of it. Allows Hicks to come in. Inside 40, it's gone through momentum of just the ball being pushed that way. Kazazada again sets himself up on the wing, takes a courageous mark because he gets bundled over after he wraps the ball into his chest. So time to compose. Short pass out wide to Robinson. Robinson looks left, if he looks left, he's kicking out in the full, so he should go right and down the middle. He goes long. Where's a min? He's not going for it. Who is? Not many. And in the end, it was McDougall taking the mark for the defence of Whitehorse. Everyone just thought someone else is going to mark this. And McDougall said, I'm last man in, I'll go for it. His kick goes and he's being chopped off. No mark taken by Finlay. Ground level ball. Robinson tries to get going it. No clear hand pass. Holding the ball. You heard the shout from the fans. And Horvath will pick up the ball at half back. And he'll go long as he can. It might open up for the runner in McDougall. He takes the mark on the stretch. And he gets pummeled down to the ground. And he'll have to have a set shot, which most forwards, if you force him into a set shot, will not be unhappy. So McDougall from 40. Has he got the leg, Michael McDougall? With the wind, pushing it to the Mount Dandenong Road end. I reckon he should be backing himself.
Well, we saw Mason Storr kick a perfect kick from a pretty similar spot. See if he's learnt.
Michael McDougall, he'll be running 10 metres in. His run goes from 42, puts it left post, hoping for the swing of the wind, but it doesn't really come back, and it's a minor score. So Whitehorse within a goal, as the Vuvuzelas-like horns go. It's 3-5-23 Whitehorse to Scoresby's 4-3-27.
We heard the drums from the Knox 19s crowd yesterday down at Jubilee Park, so I don't mind a bit of a Trump horn sort of thing.
Boundary.
Scoresby on a slow play, so let's go down boundary side.
Well, I think Surrey also had the air horn yesterday down in there.
I did hear that.
Yep.
Well, too bad Donvale didn't hear it. It was like a train at the end.
Waldenreck marches out of defence for Scoresby. And he's going to receive the handball again on the wing under a little bit of pressure, but is able to get a long kick down. Whitehorse have the numbers at this contest. Share it round. Connell gets it out to... That's a good mark taken on the outer side. Nelson, I believe. Bailey Marshall stood strong under it. Got tumbled over. Ball went into dispute. Stacks on. Ball up. Edge of the square.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Scott Harding.
Just from ground level, it's just, that clean possession. And just when they're making that switch to centre, Whitehorse just missing those key targets.
Yeah, that is indeed how it looks from up here as well. Bishop gets a flying shot towards the 50. Great mark taken. So, man on the mark. This is Mason Storr. Man on the mark is standing right on the 40-metre arc. We've seen Mason Storr kick an excellent goal before at the other end. What factor will the wind play in this? This to stretch the margin back to 10 points. Mason Storr. Oh, it's looking good. The crowd behind the goals goes up. And Scoresby push ahead once more.
Brasham scores around
1 minute into time on in the second quarter, and Roval have opened up a 6-goal lead here. Roval 8-3-51, leading South Croydon 2-3-15.
Interesting Premier Division scores as they're in finals, but this is Grand Final Day Division 4. Now it's a 10-point lead through Storr's second goal, riding the wind beautifully from right to left and outside 40. It's 5-3-33, Scoresby leading Whitehorse 3-5-23. Quick answer is what Whitehorse require again. Last time it's straight out of the middle. It finished with Young. Now trying to get onto it is Fabry. He trying to get the bounce of the ball from the hand pass to receive. It's bobbling around. Missed possessions by Whitehorse, but the numbers finally tell. High kick up and under was by Hewitt, his kick, and now that's a throw, but it's been disguised nicely to Violi. His short pass didn't get to the intended incur. It's around the boundary line where Scoresby play well in tight, get a clearing kick. No mark taken by Frith. Ground level ball, plenty disputing who should get it next, and it'll be off hands and out of bounds on centre wing. Brash with scores around the finals.
Yep. Second quarter, we're into time on at Mitcham. Croydon 7-4-46, leading Mulgrave 4-4-28.
Mulgrave getting back into it maybe as Whitehorse try to get the ball at half forward. Nice tackle there by Frith. He wins it to advantage. Now Scoresby might be off and running. Evades Dalrain shortly, tries to push off the defender, but the defender Dalgleish was saying, "You're going no further," and Dalrain has to pick himself up and hand the ball over to Dalgleish, and he's got a runner. He uses Prout. Prout from the centre. Dalrain tries to do a smother, but it gets inside 50. Can Whitehorse manufacture a kick at goal? No possession for them. One at centre forward. So Scoresby do well to get it out towards Hicks, and Hicks takes the mark on outer wing. So Scoresby under pressure do quite nicely. Hicks goes to centre forward. Late fly comes in from Storr. Takes the mark. Hands it off. Now they get going. Amin falls over, so that might mean that Scoresby's attempted goal dissipates. Well, the studs in for Scoresby. Two guys fall over, allows Whitehorse to get it out, but Hare's there to chop it off, and he's quick to play on. He's not mucking around. On the wing he goes to the half forward, and his kick was misdirected. He probably ran before he knew what was ahead of him, and again it's been chopped off by McDougall. McDougall out wide's got Taylor. Taylor on the bounce. He's got a few around him, but no pressure effectively, but no one forward of the ball. Last one there was Young. He's only putting superficial pressure on. The three numbers of Scoresby will win out, and now they'll run it out of defence. Options now might dissipate as Whitehorse have got some numbers behind the ball. Disputed ball outside wing. No clear possession as Whitehorse are probably hoping for 50-50. The umpire's saying, we'll play on until I see that it's a dead ball. And now he says, I'll hold it up outside a wing. And I think Whitehorse were, well, they were just a bit flat there. And Scoresby just saw a wall in front of him though and couldn't get it forward of outer wing. Ground level ball won by Fabry. Goes into the centre forward, but has been chopped off by the defender, and Scoresby hold up nicely again.
Frantic stuff there. De Geest finds Frith in the centre. So they're just slowing things down. Frith doesn't want to do that. Amin is the option out in front. No, he's got the defender for company. He's just going to try and paddle it in front of himself. Gets it to McDougall. This is Michael McDougall. And he was bumped off the ball as he kicked it. So free kick will go down the ground and Horvath will be the one to take it. It was good positioning by Zanaro against Amin. Got the pace on him.
Yep. And
then was able to let the cavalry arrive. And now we're looking at Horvath down the ground. He's going to be about, I'd say 55, 53 metres out if he takes the kick from there. No, he's going to set it up to the top of the goal square. Plenty of black and white stripes at the fall of this. Violi, though, he's the one interloper into the defence of Scoresby, but no, tackle to ground. Ball up in the pocket.
You're surprised they didn't have numbers at the goal square. They all seem to be closer to the kicker.
Yeah.
That was an odd one, wasn't it? So Young gets the tap down, crashing his way through. I think that was Stoffels underneath all of that, and it's a high tackle.
Wow.
My mistake, that's Johnston. So Richard Johnston, he's played really well. He's been up and down the ground. He's been doing it at both ends, and now maybe this could be reward for effort.
Well, he's been the one that drops in the hole in front of Amin and has pushed forward too. So
he's playing very well.
Yeah,
start the game off really well.
From the pocket, Richard Johnston. What's he going to do with this? Is he going to let the wind just push it back into the goal? No, it's pushed across the face. And just the one behind to Whitehorse, 3-6-24. Scoresby 5-3-33. Scoresby defending their lead well.
Just the way he looked to steer it through it, it's almost like he forgot how to kick a footy.
Yeah, it was an odd kick.
There was a real careful kick, but Scoresby, 2 kicks out of defence. Now it's going to bounce towards Amin. He's got his defender pushed off him. Now he'll push off Zanaro. Here goes Amin, hands it off. Anti-climax maybe, but it will turn up to be a goal for Scoresby on the run through Frith. And Amin's a team player. He knew he was on 100. He had 40 and goals at sight, but he had Frith over the top, and Frith didn't let him down with the play and pummeled through the goal for another one, and it's now starting to get the scoreboard moving. Scoresby get their 6th on the board, 6-3-39, leading by 15. Whitehorse 3-6-24, approaching time on second term.
Jared, I think that's probably what they love about him. You could be as selfish as you want when you're on 99 and you look like you could run into a goal there, but had Frith over the top, knew that was the better option, and it worked out well for him, so well done to both.
Well, it's a free kick from the centre. Bishop for Scoresby pushes it forward. Over the top goes McBean, and he's given away the free kick. Whitehorse, they'll take the advantage onto the outer side as Parsons, but it's been brought back.
That's the quintessential advantage play on situation, isn't it? There was no stop.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know about that. Amin is in a bit of strife here. He's clutching his leg and on the ground. Ward, meanwhile, he's up.
Writhing in pain.
Oof.
As Ray Baird say, he was a bit winded.
Oh, he wouldn't actually.
So it's made its way to the wing. Kazazada against Horvat, and the boundary line beat them both. Let's go to the score centre with Wayne Brasher.
On the stroke of half-time, and Roval are out now by 49 points. Roval 10-4-64, leading South Croydon 2-3-15.
Avalanche there, Bayswater Reserve, but here it was Hare to get the clearance. Free kick, Scoresby. Will they play onto advantages? It was an absolute mistake to play onto advantage. Coulthard would be regretting that as Sim was right there behind him. And he laid the tackle, holding the ball, and Whitehorse to go forward once again. But options just don't present themselves at this point. Got to go faster now with a 15-point deficit. Hewitt takes the mark. Where are they going from here? Down the line, essentially. Granlund went over the top and gave the push in the back free kick. So a little bit lucky there for Whitehorse, perhaps. Prout now, he's got a couple of options forward. It's Young, sets himself. Good punch away by Scoresby, and now it comes to Richards. Now Marshall and De Geest share it round. Hicks on the wing. They've got open spaces ahead of him. And McBean in a one-on-one takes the mark. Good hands by him, just under the scoreboard. Scoresby players filter forward, but dropping back as he's done so well. This one's Rog McDougall, and his kick was just a little bit risky there. 2-on-1 situation for Sim to work out. Bishop beats him to a great underground handball to Hare. Hare spots up an open option, and the mark's been taken again by Storr.
It's been very good, Storr, so far.
So Mason Storr, gee, we've seen 2 set shots by him and hit it. They have been perfect, essentially.
Let's see if you can get the wind on this angle, boys.
How accurate will this one be? This will be punishing for Whitehorse. Scoresby to stretch the lead to 21 points. And Mason Storr has just fluffed his lines. Only a narrow miss, yet a miss all the same.
Yeah, it's a bit of right to left for him, and he had it on the left post the whole time. So he's always going to miss from the start. Kick out goes long outer side. Nearly chopped off by Scoresby, but at the bounce it's Whitehorse in the ground. That kick around the corner didn't work out. It's been chopped off. Here goes to Scoresby going down through Plumridge. He's looking for a man inboard. His kick was been scragged off the ball, so it's been Dalglish picking it off. And Whitehorse under a bit of pressure, holding up this time. The kick over the top goes over the intended's Ahead, Delrain picks it up, the second attempt. Now looking inboard, props it up for Johnson. Has to stand up, the big boy. Spoil comes in late, allows Whitehorse to get it at ground level. Now they go to centre forward. Numbers for Scoresby with Hare helping out at ground level. He has to kick at it because it fell away from his hand when he was trying for the hand pass. Goes back to Hare. Hare with his left foot, more composed this time, finds his teammate in Granlund. Granlund looks forward at half forward, leading option. Just before the line, couldn't keep it in. The momentum, Frith took him out with the ball, and it's a boundary throw in, 50 around from goals.
Whitehorse just had no one in that attacking forward 50 there, boys. That's why they had to slow down, and it was a bit of a chaos footy. Well done there by Scoresby. Well defended there because they had no targets inside their 50.
Haining took it out of the ruck but tackled as soon as he did. Now the kick will go forward by Bishop. The wind takes it out because he was close to the line and it's out of bounds, and that'll give us opportunity to go to Brash with scores around the finals of the EFNL.
Half time at Walker Park in the preliminary final of second division, and it's Croydon leading by 18 points. Croydon 7-4-46 leading Mulgrave 4-4-28.
So Bishop's got it again. That kick didn't find the intended. So Bishop, left flank, puts it towards a Min. He's underneath it. He's got two to beat. And that again is the man, McDougall. He is just the wall drifting in front of him where he knows a Min's going to be. A Min's probably mouthed off about being frustrated, held up, going for the ball. But McDougall had an uninterrupted run at it and advances 25 through the umpires, pulling back on the man on the mark.
Very similar to what they did a couple of weeks ago in that Knox Coldstream game with Darcy Fritsch, and it's worked out reasonably well so far.
So Whitehorse get it into the middle where they have some numbers, but Johnson couldn't pick himself up with the ball, and it's going to be a ball up, centre of East Ringwood Reserve. Let's check the score. 24 minutes second term. It's Scoresby leading this grand final, 6-4-40. Whitehorse 3-6-24. Whitehorse might have the run through Fabry. Got a few tacklers to take on. He lets go of the ball, but the players don't let go of him. So it'll be a free kick to Fabry. He'll look for options. He's just, it's floated off the boot and it's been marked by the defender, and Casazada just says, let's just settle it down. No, let's just keep our time. He looks left, looks right, goes backwards to Hare. Hare now is at the last line effectively. He's got another short on, but he's got open space to find Richards. So Scoresby not being manned up. Got a free approach here to Bishop. Bishop takes it on the wing just before the line, and they're trailing their opponents, Whitehorse. Bishop takes an undisputed mark. He's got options free as well, but he'll just put a long, hopeful ball down the line, and it floats out with the wind, and that's probably where the wind's going, from right to left. It's out of bounds. Let's get some scores around the ground.
Half time at Premier Division first semi-final sees Roval in front by 43 points. Roval 10-4-64 leading South Croydon 3-3-21.
Dalgleish wanted to go quickly, but the options weren't presenting themselves. Oh, no! That was Kerr. He's just kicked it straight to Adam Amin, and he's just going to go straight for the goal square, and, well, his nemesis has gotten in his way once again. It was Rob McDougall. Now Whitehorse trying to put a little bit more speed on the ball through Sim. Stoffels was the intended target, completely out flummoxed by Richards. He's going to kick it down the throat of McDougall once more. Oh, that was completely untidy by Dalgleish. He whacked Plumridge in the face. Umpire didn't see it as Sim got the ball down towards the commentary side, and watching it over the boundary line was Johnston. Back into play.
McDougall's simply been outstanding this quarter.
Yeah.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary side with Josh Ward.
Oh, look, a touch there from Scott Hardy before, getting good possession of the footy.
Oh, good on you.
Very clean. No beers spilt down here.
Just got to wonder about his tag. Not a hard tag by Josh there.
Just watch out for the fine by Josh. Josh is out here.
Brilliant tap behind him by Haining, but it just eluded McDougall, and Scoresby will feast on this one. Going forward is Richards. Got some options. Hicks spilt it. Oh, Coulthard kicking in danger, which is unfortunate because it was a clever little touch with the foot there, but McDougall, Rob McDougall, has been excellent this quarter. He'll take the free kick. Boundary side again.
He has been excellent, but it's just Whitehorse, just with these kicks, they're just not clean, unlike Scoresby every time, and example A.
Absolutely, that was Exhibit A, as the kick has found Finlay for Scoresby. Shouts of down the line. That's exactly where he goes to Plumridge, and coming over the top was Hicks. Free kick given away by Whitehorse. Plumridge to take it. He had a shot at goal before. He missed, wind affected. He's not looking to take this one. He's looking for Amin, and Amin is surrounded by 4 Whitehorse players, and Parsons was the one to take the mark. Whitehorse to rebound as we are in the shadows of half time. Sim and Hare do battle. It comes to ground. Hare was tackled, and tackled in the back by Sim.
No, it's over his shoulder.
Over his shoulder.
Just a stray hand. I saw it, and the umpire away from the field called
it's
it.
a late call.
But it was the right call.
Good eyesight. Hare. Left foot raking kick. Inside forward 50. Off hands. And the free kick's been given away by the Whitehorse defence once more.
There he is.
And this is it. Adam Amin.
Look at them on the fence, boys. Look at them on the fence.
Oh, they are getting ready. They are getting ready to jump the fence.
There's even a reserve player with the jumper ready to go.
They're already on the field, some of them.
If the timekeepers had a sense, they'd play the siren now.
Yeah. So the theatrics are about to get underway here. If Adam Amin is to spear through his 100th goal, there is the siren as Brash called for. Reedy Adam Amin marches in. Goal 100 on the offering. He kicked it. Of course he does. And history is made for Scoresby. And on rushes the crowd. The black and white stripes are up and about in this grand final of 2024. Half-time it is.
Get in there, Josh. Get in there.
Come on, Blakey.
Get in there, Josh.
You're standing up in anticipation.
Get in
aren't
there.
you?
And if there is any momentum to be taken from this, it could be a premiership winner for the Magpies.
Well, it probably couldn't have worked any better that it did come on the half-time siren. And
well, it means all the players can get out there.
yes, well, anyone can jump on the field at the moment. What a story. 100 goals. His first season in Scoresby. Has come back to the league, obviously, Glenn Waverley a few years ago. And what an incredible player, and probably could have had it a little bit earlier if he wasn't so selfless. So what a great achievement for Adam. 100 goals.
This could get him going. This could 100% get him going here.
Well, they're already going, I think. I think they're going to be hard to stop.
They're going to be very hard. This will get the motivation going for him.
Goal number 100 for 2024 for Adam Amin. Goal number 411 for his senior career. Excellent stuff.
Boundary.
As it is half time. And let's go boundary side with Scott Harding.
Yeah, you can just tell it actually probably came at the right time because they're sort of now focused on just getting in the sheds rather than having people sort of standing out. It's just probably come for the perfect time for their concentration, and they're sort of having a quick little huddle. Yep.
Go on, mate. Go and talk to him.
Save it for later. Save it, see how it plays out.
Well, that is the correct call by Scott Harding because we do have to head to a break here. It is halftime in the Division 4 Grand Final. Scoresby 7-4, 46 to Whitehorse 3-6, 24. Back after this.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. Half-time here in the Division 4 Grand Final. And it's a very handy 22-point lead to Scoresby. Scoresby 7-4-46, leading Whitehorse 3-6-24. Leading goal kickers for Scoresby. Adam Amin brings up his 100th goal for the season. He's kicked 2, with Mason Storr also with 2. Whilst the leading goal kicker for Whitehorse Pioneers is Tom Young with 2 goals. Interestingly enough, I almost feel like that Whitehorse in that first quarter didn't take the opportunities that were presented to them when they were going into their forward 50. I think they're paying the penalty for it now, Josh.
Absolutely, they are, Brash. Scoresby really started to get on top in the second halves of quarters in particular, just showing that fitness, that ability to lock it in their attacking half. That's what they did so well, particularly towards the end where Adam Amin, and obviously the replay was just shown of the crowd coming onto the ground, which was terrific to see. And it was a tremendous moment, and that's going to give Scoresby a lift, I reckon, for this second half.
You couldn't ask for a better moment, Spider, for Amin to kick that 100 goal, because it's exactly the motivation that you need moving into the second half.
Well, it gives them so much impetus, doesn't it, Brash? I mean, the reality was it just come at the perfect time. They're on top in the contest. They've got their tails up now. It's full of momentum. You just get the feeling now that Scoresby are almost ready to lay the killer punch. And they're on the ropes now, the Pioneers. Can they hold on and fight it out? Third quarter is going to be a big question for them, but they're just running, and their capacity to ball move with speed, but also when they're defending, they're just squeezing the Pioneers forwards up the ground, and they're dump kicking, and it's just not working for them when they go into their forward 50 for the Pioneers. So it's just so easy for the Scoresby team to defend, and then they can transition through the midfield. They've just got so many options through what they do best, and that's just ball move, and they move it quick with pace, and they get it in there for their forwards to have a good look at. And Plunbridge is at the fall of the ball all the time, and it makes it so much easy work for them.
Well, I think the one thing about the Whitehorse forward structure, they're pushing their forwards up the ground, so very high up the ground, and leaving their forward 50 barren almost when they're moving it from defence to attack. Maybe they need to change that up, single out Horvat and
Well, you've got to hit some targets up, Josh, don't you? You've got to use your vision, and you've got to say, okay, let's spot up a couple of targets, because if we dump kick, it's just simply not going to work for us. It's too easy to defend.
Scotty, I've been impressed, especially in that second quarter, with the composure of the back six of Scoresby. Every time that they looked like they were threatening Whitehorse Pioneers, Scoresby were able to just steady it down, get the game on their terms, and gets probably some cheap kicks out of their back 50 to players running further down the ground.
Yeah, they have, and it's just been that clean footy I spoke about from ground level. You can just see it, their composure within the middle when they are under pressure from Whitehorse's forwards. They're just finding better options. They're spreading wide as well and finding that spare player. So that's probably something that Whitehorse is missing, just that finding that spare
connection piece, isn't it?
that spare, that cleaner hit, and being able to then run forward and find those forward targets.
A couple of players, gentlemen, that I noticed for Scoresby that look like they're ready to really take to this ground in the second half. I thought Hare's composure around that midfield was really important.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
But that run of Coulthard is really, really worrying Whitehorse Pioneers through that midfield.
He's got terrific pace. He's very quick around the edges and goes really fast, and his skill, his execution has been brilliant.
The only thing I will say, Josh, going to you, I think the only thing that's probably deteriorating from the game so far is the fact that a lot of the players from both sides can't keep their feet.
No, and that was the case with Adam Amin for one, and there was another case as well for a couple of the Scoresby players. Maybe it's the surface, which isn't as hard as Jubilee Park was yesterday, but it is still in good condition.
And it's the thumbles too. The Pioneers are thumbling a little bit too much. They're not getting the clean ground balls, which Scoresby are.
Got to say, Rob McDougall was outstanding in that back back pocket line there for repelling many attacks. But it just almost seems like that the sheer weight of numbers that could be confronting them in the second half, I feel, is going to overwhelm the Pioneers.
Yeah, it appears that way. They're just under so much pressure every time the ball goes in. Dalgleish and McDougall are doing so much that it can't be all left up to them. They need assistance. They've got to try and get some numbers back. But when they go forward and surge forward, they've just got to get that connection piece right, because the ball is just coming in so much, isn't it, Scott? It just makes it so hard to defend. Eventually, the damn ball seems like it's going to break.
It does, and it was such interesting around the huddle, that push to sort of say 25 quarters that we've won, now 26. Yeah. Like that message I was really surprised by. Like, they didn't really talk much about their inside 50s and whatever else. It was more about just leading and making sure they were hitting the scoreboard, Josh.
And the one thing that I got from Craig McKenzie as well during the week, speaking with him for an article on the EFNL website, he said that they were just looking quarter by quarter, not focused on the end result. And
pre-game as well, he said.
It's obviously held them in really good stead. And Scott?
No, keep going.
No, I didn't have anything.
I was just going to say as well that sort of you could pick it up probably from ground level. Just that build up from in, like your crowd was anticipating it and blah blah blah. And I sort of felt like it was sort of sometimes taking Scoresby's focus away, like they were looking for that. Now that that's out of the way, it's done. I reckon they're going to be very dangerous going forward.
But the thing is, they still found plenty of different options. Like Mason Storr working as that centre-half forward. I'm excited about what he can do.
He's been brilliant, giving him that option. And they're not too conscious about it, because we spoke about it before the game with Craig. He was just saying, we can't just be conscious from going to win every time. We've got to have other options, and they're doing that.
Well, gentlemen, that's half-time done and dusted. When we come back, umpires are back on the field. Players are making their way back on the field. When we come back, it's all the big second half here between Scoresby and Whitehorse in the Division 4 Grand Final for 2024.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
EFNL game day. It's a great Sunday for Division 4 Grand Final. Whitehorse Pioneers versus Scoresby. It's Scoresby 7-4, 46 leading at halftime. Whitehorse 3-6, 24. The magic moment happened on halftime. Adam Amin, 2 goals. His second goal today is 100 for the season, and everyone ran onto the field to celebrate with him. Perfect timing as they all left the field, with Scoresby leading by 22 points. Let's get more scores around the grounds.
Thanks very much, Gav. Third quarter has started 8 minutes in the preliminary final at Walker Park, Mitcham, and it's Croydon now up to a 30-point lead. Croydon 9-4-58, leading Mulgrave 4-4-28.
Let's go boundary side as we nearly ready for quarter 3.
And some great sportsmanship before from Rock McDougall going up to Adam Amin and congratulating him on his 100th goal.
We didn't see a congratulation from our boundary riders and maybe a microphone anywhere near him, did we?
Blake would be all over that.
Come on, Josh, mate. Come on.
Just wait.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's poised for some cracking action in quarter 3. Let's start it off with Jared Beadlin.
So Haining held his ground, and there's someone down from that clearance immediately.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, just a late cheeky hit there.
So it was Frith. He got the handball off to the spinning hare. High ball towards centre half forward. Rog McDougall crashed the pack. It came to ground. Kick off the ground by Whitehorse. Kazizada read it well, was able to control the ball, gives a bit of a step to his opponent, goes back to go forward. De Geest takes the mark. Haven't called his name much. Tim De Geest searching for options. Directed to kick it to Johnson. Matt Johnson hard up against the boundary line. No one presenting themselves, but Plumridge is in the pocket and he spotted him up pretty well. Over goes Rob McDougall and slams it into the car park, nearly into the hot dog stand over there, or the bar, or something along those lines.
Wouldn't mind a hot dog.
Don't think it's a hot dog station. No, I picked the first thing that came to mind. So a throw in the forward 50 for Scoresby. They lead by 22 points at the start of this third quarter. Grand final action, of course. Haining tapped it down, tackled immediately. Was Corcoran, I believe. Plumridge, in fact. Up it goes again. Haining tried to tap it behind him, was able to do so, but shoveled over the line. Let's go to Wayne Brasher with some scores.
Quiet moment. 10 minutes into the... Caught me out here. 10 minutes into the third quarter, Roval 10-5-65, now leading South Croydon 4-5-29.
Got work experience kid on the scores. That's not much radio. Turn your mic on when you want to speak. That'll be handy. Back to the game. It's Kazasada's got it. Doesn't seem to have an opponent all quarter. Roams on his own. Now kicks it inside 40. Flyers go for it. No mark taken. And Minza there. Kick goes towards goals, but didn't get the distance from 15, and it's been punched through from the desperate defence of Whitehorse. They are just holding on. Scoresby going to the Mount Dandenong scoreboard end. If they could break this game open with a couple of quick scores, they lead 7-5-47, Whitehorse 3-6-24 early in the third.
Connell kicks it in. Man in the pocket takes it. This is Kerr. Kicks it to right half back, and Johnson, who's played a good game, has Richard Johnston. Seemed to fade out a little bit in that second quarter. Now onto the wing. Pack formed. Boundary line will rush to meet it, though. thrown on the wing. Whitehorse just need to start hitting some of those targets coming out of the defensive 50. Otherwise, they're not going to get it down the ground as quickly as they'll need it to their leading options. Johnson for Scoresby takes it. Hicks led up to meet it. Parsons, good little spin there. Evades Hicks once, twice, and thrice. But the kick was just a little bit wayward. Haining was the target at ground level. Fabry took it. And now, oh, gee, it was a completely miscued kick. Just saving it from going out in the full, though, was Michael McDougall. Throw in under the scoreboard. Haining against Johnson. Johnson got the tap. Well roved. Down the ground, bouncing ball by Hicks. Storr came up to meet it, hands it off. This is Robinson now. Ward versus McBean. McBean's got the pace. He's got the kick on the right boot. Oh, to open the scoring for the half for Scoresby. Declan McBean slams it home. Oh, that's a spectacular finish, but he'll be very relieved that he kicked it because he did have Hicks open in front of him for a much better angle, but when you can kick it from 40 and use the breeze to your advantage, go for it. Kicked a very similar goal in the prelim last year against Surrey Park, I believe. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Still a little bit of life left for Mulgrave. They only trail by 18 points, 13 minutes into the third quarter. Croydon 9-4-58, leading Mulgrave 6-4-40.
Well, Croydon were in the same position too, Brash, last week.
Parsons out of the middle for Whitehorse. Can they get the quick answer? Young Horvath got underneath it, couldn't take the mark. Ground level with Violi. Now gets it to the top of the square, gets over the top of Young. And no mark taken there for Whitehorse. Just not getting the score on the board from their inside 50s. And some steady play from Scoresby on the last line. Again, Kazazada just unmanned when the people passed him, but this kick might be chopped off by Johnston. No mark taken, ground level ball. Can Whitehorse get it going through Parsons? Parsons picks it up, but he's tackled straight away. Hare's handball received, gets it along, down the line to Hicks, but the big spoiler in McDougall had to be the spoiler this time. He wasn't in front, and Rob McDougall stops that forward foray again by knocking it out of bounds. So centre wing at East Ringwood Reserve, and I'll just say, take exception to your comment about Ryan. I reckon McBean was so confident that it never looked in doubt when he hooked it around. It just looked like inspired, and it was never going to miss.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. In retrospect, yep.
Maybe in retrospect, yes.
If he had missed.
Yeah, well, then we can criticise him. Johnston takes the mark at half forward, but a wobbling kick again. But a hand pass received, running onto it, Prout. He's been rushed in his kick. Young's only being able to try to push off his opponent, and he tried to get McDougall's passage into the play in the pocket, but he was bundled over, and it's out of bounds. Forward pocket for Whitehorse. Can they inspire a shot at goal? It's haphazard delivery to the forwards, not getting them into the game for the Pioneers. From this boundary throw in, Hare gets his ball smothered. Whitehorse still trying to get a kick to it. Another smother. Prout gets onto it, kicks it towards the goals. Bouncing ball will evade everyone, and it'll be a minus score. So it's all rushed, haphazard stuff going forward for Whitehorse. And another minor score for them is 3-7-25, trailing by 28. Scoresby 8-5-53.
Seems that every time Whitehorse have the ball, time is running out in terms of pressure. The target for that kick-in was Bishop, but beating them to it was Hewitt. His flying shot at goal was marked on the line. Good intercept defending by Moomin Amen. So let's see if they can do that a little bit more cleanly, Scoresby. This kick-in. Walnerek, the target down the ground. Up goes Storr, out the back. Ball is in dispute. Hicks first to it, wrapped up by Johnson, taken to ground. Ball up.
He's trying to channel a free kick from the umpire by saying he got hit high.
I don't think the umpire's going to change his mind with with that one as the ball goes over the boundary line. 8-5-53 to Whitehorse, 3-7-25, nearly 8 minutes gone in this third quarter already. Whitehorse are really going to start They're going to have to start getting their hands on the ball a little bit more and cleaner possession. That wasn't clean possession. Haining holding the ball. Great tackle, Scoresby. Dale Hare to take the free kick. He's going to kick it down the ground. 2-on-1 situation there, and McDougall, the iron fist, shoves it over the boundary line. But a large amount of territory gained there for Scoresby through that kick. Back into play it will come. Haining sets himself against Storr in this ruck contest. Haining, double fister, but straight down to Robinson. Flying shot is going to go out on the full. Into the crowd. Bounces off a car. And it will be Mills, Brennan Mills, to take the kick in. Bit of a risky one going across the ground. Zanaro. Across the face of goal it was. And now the mark's been taken by Whitehorse on the outer side. Connell juggles the mark. They're going to protest that one as Scoresby. It was not on the full though. Connell was able to juggle it over the line and boundary throw in.
Yeah, boundary umpire had a good spot for that.
Storr goes the fist. Couldn't quite knock it to any of his teammates. Sim with the clearance, spearing ball onto the wing. Can this be the transition that Whitehorse needs? Quick hands by Horvath, but Stoffels was held up. Walnerek now upended in the tackle. No clean possession at the moment. Absolute hand-to-hand combat there. Quite messy.
Boundary.
And let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
And I think that's one thing Whitehorse need to do. Maybe get someone like a Horvath or Young, push them up the ground and isolate the other forward.
Well, they've got to try something because they've certainly lost the spark in this game. It's hard to see where it's going to come from.
Dale Rain takes it. A lot of players around the pack. Nice possession there. Clearing kick goes the way of Scoresby, goes forward. Bounce of it. McBean again. Long ball. Amin wrestling with his opponent. Might beat him. And the bounce of the ball spectacular. And I don't think he thought he would ever claim the goal. But McBean.
No, Luke Pumbridge.
Luke Pumbridge, sorry. He kicked the long ball. And it seemed ages ago when he kicked it from 50. It was going to Amin at the top of the square. Went over his head. And then took a Shane Morgan leg break into the goals. And then I have to look back and go, hang on, who was that who kicked it again?
That's the beauty of our game and the shape of the ball. It's an incredible bounce.
But just also with Amin, just use of body there and just to keep that pressure and keep that defensive player away from the ball. Credit to him, playing exceptional last quarter.
2024 slipping away out of the fingers of Whitehorse now. Scoresby running on top of the ground, but the clearance goes to the Pioneers this time inside forward 50, but putting himself in the way of that, using great body position there against Horvath was Walnerek.
Well, Jared, it's basically the skill errors from Whitehorse that are costing them. They're costing them in their own right.
And it's starting to spit a little bit, I think. Boundary Riders, am I correct in saying that?
No, pretty clear.
Nothing.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm imagining things, apparently.
I'd love to tell you yes.
I'm sorry, I'm spraying you with my words.
Say it, don't spray it, Gav. As Corcoran takes the mark. Josh?
Maybe the fans behind me are spraying me with their beer.
Well, you spilled
They don't have any.
Yeah, mate, you spilt the beer on them.
Sim, important smother on Hare's kick. Granlund was there to clean things up for Scoresby, though. He turned it over to Stoffels.
Downfield.
Yeah. And downfield it will be. And I think Stoffels will take the free kick for that one.
It should be Granlund. But
No. Hare. Dale Hare will take the free kick now. For Scoresby. Go on.
Sorry, Jared. Yeah, so downfield, Granlund tackled, dumping tackle, and then, they've given it to Hare there.
So, long kick. Rob McDougall.
Free kick,
Took the intercept mark, but Scoresby, it's Cooper Frith who... Oh, no, it's Haining to take the free kick. He's going to go into the corridor. That was a shocking kick by the veteran. Unfortunate. Richards scooped it up, got the handball onto the outer side. Scoresby now with the play again. They're a little bit flat-footed, though. Corcoran kicks it. Marshall. Well, he's going to keep it in, is he? No. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Time on in the third quarter, the second division preliminary final sees Croydon 10-4-64, leading Mulgrave 7-4-46.
Can I just say, why would you not have a runner there with a ruckman? He can just mark the ball. And you don't want your ruckman kicking the footy because you want a runner, outside runner from your half backs to do that.
A min flying shot, just threw the boot at it. It sails over the line.
It's just another skill error that turned into a turnover.
Sorry, that was Matt Johnson.
Let's get some scores from Brash.
Time on in the third quarter of the first semi-final at Jubilee Park. Roval 11-5-71, leading South Croydon 5-7-37.
Haining's tap went to the other three, and Delrain takes it, and from the pocket puts another nail into this game.
It's Store again.
Store again. Sorry, I've picked the wrong player again. I apologise. Store. It's the superstar for Scoresby who gets his third on the board, and they kick away to Scoresby 10-5-65. Now a 40-point lead over Whitehorse 3-7-25.
Is what they've done all season. They've been able to grind wins out, and I think once Amin put that one through on the halftime siren and really extended that lead to past the 3-goal mark, you always knew they were going to be hard to beat. And this 40-point margin, there's just no... I just don't give Whitehorse any chance from here. This is Scoresby's to lose.
Could start getting ugly here in the grand
I
final.
did say 40 points, boys. Just
Okay,
saying,
well,
just saying.
Well, they haven't blown the final siren yet, Blake, so
they could win by 70, mate.
Hare gets the clearance this time. Oh, McDougall just came across and nearly poleaxed his own man there in the attempted marking contest, holding the ball. Good tackle laid. And that's going to be Hicks with the unique haircut, the young lad. The amount of the mark will be, you'd say, 39 metres out.
Well, he's not on the mark.
He's not on the mark, you're right.
He can't run up to it either, can he?
No. So Ryan Hicks to really put the pain on Whitehorse. He's pushed it across to the left.
Is that something you're allowed to do these days? Because if you're cleared out from the mark, you either stand on the mark or you're outside 5. Isn't that the rule?
Putting me on the spot.
You can actually see smoke coming out of Ryan's head there. He tried to work it out.
In the AFL, I think that's correct.
At local level it isn't?
Yeah.
No, it was for a bit and then they changed back.
Okay.
Right.
All right, well, drama.
Umpire Tennant.
I never want to quote something and then...
What was that, Scott? Sorry?
Just umpire Tennant, I thought would make fair comment.
It's Johnson loading up from 40 metres out. The big man who went to him on the bounce. Whitehorse can't clear their area, and in the end it was Finlay, getting the bouncing ball and missing his kick to the right. And it's all one-way traffic to Mount Dandenong Road end. Scoresby now 10-7-67 leading Whitehorse 3-7-25 halfway through this third term.
Kick to the pack. It just bounced off Moomin. Scooped up by Delrain. Looping handball over to Frith. Hit the ground though. De Geest swung round. Got the kick inside forward 50. The Flyers went up. No mark taken. Whitehorse. They need the composure now. They need to generate something from this. The kick's going to go centreward. Kazizada's just unmanned once again. Floats in and takes the mark on the wing.
We'll have to check if he's wearing a lynx or what is it that's keeping them away from him.
Johnson, no. No one was the target. I was trying to pick who he was trying to kick to, but couldn't tell from that kick because it was way off. So Taylor took the mark for Whitehorse. Kazizada's going to set himself again, but coming over the top was Horvath. And a ball in.
They just look like they don't have any inspiration going forward. It's all behind the ball stuff, trying to hold up, really.
Yeah.
And then when it's going forward, it's like it's an afterthought.
Yeah, exactly. There's no run coming off the half-back line. There's no options presenting themselves in the corridor. We'll have another throw in from that.
You think someone like Tom Young or guys or someone could just come up the ground and take a mark?
Yeah.
They don't hit up forward, maybe 70 out.
Yeah. Good point there, Gav.
So Johnson v. Johnson in the ruck. It was Scoresby Johnson to win that. Kicks it down the ground, gain territory, over the line. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Stroke of three-quarter time at Walker Park sees Croydon 11-4-70 leading Mulgrave 8-5-53.
Do Mulgrave have yet another comeback in them to save season 2024? Back at East Ringwood Reserve, Dale Rain got the clearance out to Frith. Left foot snap, high ball. It's not going to be a score, but taking the mark was Hicks. Store, in fact.
Super.
No, you were right the first time.
Geez, he wanted that. You could see that run from ground level here, just sent it across, and no way was his defenseman catching him.
So Ryan Hicks to
weird haircut guy.
Go. I've been trying to figure out who it is. There's a character on The Simpsons that looks like that.
Well, we'll figure that one out after. Well, the umpire, he thought it was a goal, did Ryan Hicks, but the umpire disagreed with him. And just the one behind.
They've just been absolutely slaughtered through the midfield this quarter. And yeah, I mean, we haven't got Paul doing the stats today, but the inside 50 count this term, very one-sided.
Very interesting umpiring position there. He didn't move. He just sort of looked and got everyone off, including the kicker, going, well, if he didn't move, must have went straight through. But not to be for Hicks.
I reckon they've had it in their forward 50 only about 4 or 5 times. Pioneers in this quarter.
And marks inside 50s would be very stark as well statistically. And another mark here for Scoresby. Frith being one of the dominant players on the field. And we're almost getting the category of talking about who's going to win best on ground because the result seems, well, it's 43 points at the moment. Floating up from centre half back. Long kick by Walnerak. Gets on the bounce to Store. Store hands it off. And now the passing ball doesn't get to the intended. And in Plumridge just was a bit haplessly caught behind from the kick. Now the short pass finds Violi. He's looking for a runner. The runner gets past him. So now he has to stop, prop, look at a short pass. Gets that short pass to hit Taylor. Taylor had Violi running past for the hand pass received, but he gets another option. Now the high up and under kick doesn't suit because it's 1v3. So Scoresby with the numbers. Corcoran getting it to Kazazada. Kazazada balks. Didn't have to because no one's coming near him. Corcoran now hand pass received, loads it up, and players on their own in the middle. East Ringwood Reserve is an open space for Marshall to give it to the runner. The runner being Amin, and it's not that of Amin, it's his brother that this time gets the goal. Loads up from 45, and it's the Amin party as Scoresby get it going. This time it was Moomin who gets the goal, and it's a highlight reel for the Amin family and Scoresby.
Oh, it was easy as you like that. All the numbers through the corridor. Once they seem to be toying with Whitehorse at this stage, and this could definitely get ugly.
So Adam Amin kicked his 100th goal for Scoresby. Moomin Amin kicked his first just then. So
that goal number one?
That was goal number one for Scoresby for him. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Three-quarter time at the first semi-final in Premier Division sees Roval 27 points up, 11-5-71, leading South Croydon 6-8-44.
And now we're getting some raindrops, Jared.
There we go, all right.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, it was Matt Fodia having someone spit on his laptop, and he's this time it's the rain.
Have we had an update on Matt Fodia? No one's checked his socials.
He's probably starring for Canterbury in their final this afternoon.
Yeah, be a happy man with Adam kicking his 100th.
So Whitehorse has gained a little bit of territory. Sim swung round in the tackle as he kicked it. Intercepted by Scoresby, and they'll go forward once again. They are inexorable at this point, the Magpies. And McBean, well, he kept it in front of himself, but only to the advantage of his defender. Richards nearly took the intercept mark, but Hayden came across to spoil that. Scoresby now kind of messing around with it a little bit. Ward came in to break it up. And, that's got to be in the back to Sim, right? No, over the line. Scoresby 11-8-74. Whitehorse 3-7-25. We're into time on in the third quarter. Division 4 grand final.
Should we check with Boundary Riders if it's raining?
Yeah, I was going to say, you might need to throw an umbrella shortly. You get it quite heavy down here.
So, great smother there by Taylor. Ricocheted it into his forward line, but Scoresby, it was all Magpies. And bouncing out of defence was Corcoran. Got it onto the wing. Clever little kick off the ground. Oh, Parsons completely upended his opponent there. Went down like a tree, did Corcoran, and holding the ball. Parsons won that free kick. And he's kicked it straight to Cooper Frith. Goodness me, this is the execution that's just been absolutely woeful by Whitehorse at certain times of this game. Hicks has just taken all the space in front of him, and he's going to take some more. Oh, McBean nearly took the mark in the goal square. And just the one behind for Scoresby. Whitehorse under siege.
Did I hear the boundary riders asking for umbrellas? Because I reckon I could peg them from here.
I know Josh Wall will be complaining about the rain soon.
So Taylor took a kick out receive, gets it short to Fabry. Now he goes inboard, finds his teammate in Violi. But this is where generally they stop for ideas. Another short pass goes, hit the target in Sim. Sim looks out wide, wants to get it going quick, but maybe too quick, and the kick didn't reach the target. In the way was Marshall, and I think Whitehorse are about to hollow for one.
Gee, you saw the thinking there, and it's the thinking that has just not been there for the whole day, but the execution let them down anyway.
So Hare was the kick receive at centre back. He's got time to survey options. Granlund goes with the kicker. Now he's got men all on his own. Johnson being one. He's got a hand pass to do, but he kicks it inside 40. No mark taken. Defence get there through Sim. It was the spoiler, then the tackler. And Scoresby are doing all the attacking. And they have got a lot of men on their own just when they go forward. Not as many inside 40 on their own, but that's because the numbers are very deep. Then that might be an accidental on the full from Whitehorse, so it's very disjointed, very hapless, and they're not even intending some of these mistakes, and it's coming off the boot by accident out of bounds, and Adam Amin will line up for his third on a very acute angle, as acute as it could possibly be. He will run around probably on his left. Only 2 steps, pulls it around. It's too narrow, and it's a miss to the near side. Another minor score, 11-10-76. Scoresby now leading by 51. It's about to get ugly here.
Boundary.
Whitehorse 3-7-25, 25 minutes, third quarter. Let's go boundary side.
And Lee Green has kindly come down and given us the umbrellas.
But you know it's bad because he wants to protect. He wants to protect his. Lee wants to protect his equipment, not so much us.
I'm not that bad at the moment, am I?
Well, you had a voice break there, Joshy.
The one thing that's been really worrying for Whitehorse today is their kick to turnover ratio.
Yeah,
it's been abysmal.
What kind of kick was that? Just
there you go.
Molnarek slammed it onto the boot, bouncing ball into through the corridor. Whitehorse weren't even able to turn that one over. Hare slams it into the goal square. Oh, it was a flying shot at goal, but off hands. And the one behind once again. Scoresby 11-11-77.
You know what it reminds me of? Basketball, when they just load up the three-point shooters around the arc. Because really, they've just got position all over Whitehorse, and even the kick-out's dangerous. It's going to be chopped off. Here's the options inboard. It's going to be a min on the end of it, and he'll take a chest mark because the zone defense wasn't anywhere in the zone of a min as the turnover comes, and the beautiful pass in from in the pocket. Found him in, standing all on his own, top of the goal square, and he'll line up for his third and float this score out to a 58-point margin. Well, he kicked it long and close to the goal line, and he's getting a shoe shine polish. Pantomime stuff now as the early celebrations, not even three-quarter time, and I think Scoresby, no, they're on their way to a premiership. But let's just compose ourselves just before three-quarter time. Another goal to Amin. Now the score reads 12-11-83. Whitehorse stuck on 3-7-25.
Well, it is time to start to celebrate this side and this club who have been starved for success. It's been a long, long time. 2006 last premiership. They're home.
Yeah.
It's been a long time in the making.
It has. You know, they've struggled so much. You know, they went first division, 6 or 7 years ago, and now they've seen this great club. The reserves back-to-back premiers, and now they're about to do something special.
So, Blake, 20 years ago, they were in a grand final in the top division, and now that we're in 5 divisions, for a team that made a double drop and have been really since 2006, their Division 2 premiership, they probably haven't had many wins. and they've had to drop down as far as the bottom division to finally get some triumph.
Well, same as East Burwood too. They were in that same boat too. Well, they're in Division 2, so...
So if the play goes on, and Whitehorse will have a shot at it, but it seems the consolation coming up as it's in the hands of Johnson. And Horvat. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're just catching up with the play here. Horvat was the kick receive and taking the mark 30 metres out, but he's on the boundary side. So for a mark that they did take inside 50, Blake, it's as wide as they could possibly get it.
Yeah, I think you don't want to be kicking on the pocket, I reckon.
Well, it's a right to left breeze from the right pocket. If he puts it on right post, he might be able to engineer the right post come into it because he slapped it straight into it.
Can I just ask you, Gav, you a forwards coach or something? You explaining that perfectly well there, Gav.
Well, he needed to sort of put it up a bit higher so it could drift because he smashed the ball and it smashed into the post.
So there you go. If any coaches looking here for a forwards coach, Gav Casey's he's one for you.
Love a goal like a sausage.
Kazazade kicked it in. Hare took the mark. He loves these high raking balls to Hare. He loves setting it up like that. Delrain, strong tackle on Sim. Takes him over the line.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Scott Harding.
Got some issues with these umbrellas. They're not staying up. The wind's pushing them out every which way. So, no, we're struggling down here.
You need to learn to be grateful.
Better than no umbrellas, I'm sure.
I'll be waiting for the Josh complaint soon.
Trying to take the clearance there was Violi, tackled immediately. Delrain shares with McBean. I just left it behind to Delrain. McBean was there anyway, and Whitehorse are putting absolutely no pressure on, so it didn't matter. Frith now inside 50, Amin, diving mark, and it's all coming apart at the seams for the Pioneers.
Quickly, gentlemen, Croydon are managing their 4-goal lead, 12-4-76. Mulgrave 8-5, 53, 5 minutes into the last quarter.
So he's kicked his 100th. He's kicked his 101st. Now can he kick his 102nd for the year? Adam Amen. As the rain really does start to tumble. Deliberate walk in. What kind of celebration are we going to get from him now as he slots it through? Let's have a look. Whether or not he's going to kick the goal is almost academic. I just want to see what he's got up his sleeve.
I think it
sounded like it was saying "pay up, boys."
Well, if they're paying per goal, he's on a good wicket.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he is.
It's what
a story for someone who's just come to the club this year.
Yeah.
And we know, obviously, with his history in the league a few years ago at Glen Waverley, we knew how prominent of a goal kicker he was. But to kick 100 goals, 102 now, it doesn't matter what division you're in. That takes a lot of talent and a lot of work.
Yeah. It's the one great thing about Division 4 is that these guys that know how to kick a goal, and they might be a bit bigger and not as mobile as, so we'll go Whitehorse, getting it inside 50, bouncing ball gets towards Young and Horvath, but no one can grab it for Whitehorse. Queeling kick gets as far as Taylor. Taylor from left flank, his flying shot, there's the siren, misses to the left. And it's only another minor score. They added only 3 points this quarter, did Whitehorse. A lot of the attacking went Scoresby's way. So at half-time, it's Scoresby 13-11-89, leading by 62 points over Whitehorse 3-9-27. We'll come back with more actions and we'll just review what's been going on for the first 3 quarters. But it's Scoresby on the way to the premiership, leading by 62 points at 3-quarter time.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. It's Division 4 Grand Final day here at East Ringwood Reserve, and Scoresby have got one hand and four fingers on the cup, 13-11-89 to 3-9-27. That's Whitehorse Pioneers, and it is pelting down with rain now, so it's quite a dreary affair if you're a Whitehorse fan, but the rain won't matter if you're Scoresby. Let's go boundary side.
Thanks, boys. Got Craig McKenzie here. Craig, we were talking about whether you're going to keep your voice. That was a fair pump up for the boys. What'd you have to say to them?
Funnily enough, I usually don't fire up, but I fired up then. Basically, we've just got to take their game out of them now. So we're not trying to score more than them right now. We're just trying to stop their score.
And obviously a very, very big third quarter there. What was the message at halftime for that change?
Yeah, we said pull the trigger now. Now's the time to pounce, because we knew that we had the breeze, so we were really trying to aim to release the ball fast and get those fast entries. It wasn't just about bombing it long. It was finding the option when we went forward, but it was like, put them under the pump. Let's just go roll the ball forward as much as possible. Now, we'll roll it forward, but we'll roll it forward a bit more calculated.
Thanks, mate. We'll let you get undercover and let me as well.
Thank you very much, Scott Hardy, running for the umbrella. Wayne Brasher has got some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, looks like Roval have set a date with East Ringwood next Saturday. At the moment, Roval are up by 40 points. It's Roval 13-6, 84 leading South Croydon 6-8-44. 12 minutes into the last quarter.
Josh Ward, boundary side.
The one main message from Andrew Haining in that final address for the season for the Pioneers was just to go straight through the middle, not look to go on any of the wings, just straight through the middle.
It'll be very interesting to see how that works out for them. They've got a long way to claw back if they are at all any hope, but I think it might just be done and dusted. So we'll focus perhaps more on Scoresby and how good this has been for them. An excellent day. And the celebrations will continue in this final quarter with Gav Casey.
Haining punches forward, trying to inspire something here, but it's again Hare running back with the ball. Gets the hand pass to Kazazada. He quickly kicks it to centre forward, but Prout's there to repel it for Whitehorse. A long ball down the line. At the end of it, Richards got tackled as he tried to one at Ray, and that wasn't the wisest decision because the tackle came in, and it's going to be a free kick to Young, who hasn't seen much of the ball today. From 50, he's looking sideways for runners, but if he can get onto this, the wind might help him. He puts it to the longest he can. It's 3 metres short. Punch comes from Scoresby. Ground level ball claimed by Robinson. He tries to share it, but at the end it's off hands and out of bounds as we'll go boundary side for comment.
Lee, if you want to protect your gear, do you have another umbrella up there? Because this one's broken.
Yeah, I've got another one. I'll see if I can find. Just covering all the rest of the stuff at the moment. The lights are on, by the way.
They are.
Well, they'll be very bright because with this rain it's very dark. A lot of supporters have run for cover, and Whitehorse Pioneer supporters probably not in a happy state anyway. But I think the Scoresby supporters are willing to dance in the rain.
You'd think so. You would absolutely think so. I don't think this is going to dampen their spirits whatsoever.
Does that mean we have to down here as
Oh.
Every time I'm on the boundary,
Get
I swear.
dancing, Scott.
Welcome back, Scott.
Thank you.
I'm
Great to be
definitely
back
ain't
to be
complaining.
back.
I'm definitely not complaining, Blake, by the way.
So Whitehorse attempting to get the clearance. A little volleyball tap there by Haining into the centre of the ground. De Geest, however, was the first to it. Snaffled it. His kick as out into open space. The only man there was Hewitt until Hicks got there. Hewitt just held him in the tackle, and the ball was nowhere near Hicks. So Hicks will take the free kick down the line. This is Coulthard. Just challenged there by Connell and held again. Another holding free kick given away by Whitehorse. So a little over enthusiastic perhaps, or maybe desperate are the Pioneers. So inside 50 for Scoresby. Uzi picking out. Oh, Hicks had just made himself completely free. Whitehorse weren't checking him, but Prout ended up taking him to ground. So ball up in the pocket of Scoresby's forward 40. No clear possession from this stoppage. Plumridge.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Scott.
One thing I did want to say on the board, we were talking earlier in the third quarter how many inside 50s they had, or inside 40s. 16, I believe, from their stats in the third quarter for Scoresby.
That is, that is an absolute pile on by the Magpies. Plumridge tackled. Haining got a handball out, and the kicks come out from the defensive line for Whitehorse. Intercept mark taken by Kazizada, who's played very well today, as the rain just abates for a little bit. But Scoresby are not abating at all. And the mark's been taken by Finlay. He's only kicked the 2 goals for the year, Aaron Finlay.
We'll back him in for this one.
Yeah, you'd think so. No pressure on this kick at all as well. This to extend the lead to a solid 68 points. Very deliberate run in. Wanting to take his time for this one, Aaron Finlay. And it's straight. And they're celebrating of the Magpies. Scoresby get around their big ruckman.
Yeah, fantastic to see. It's a great moment for him, and I think we've got some more scores around the grounds, Brash.
Yeah, 16 minutes in the last quarter. Jubilee Park and Roval are 52 points in front of South Croydon. Roval 15. Note that 58 points. Roval 16-6, 102, leading South Croydon 6-8, 44.
Through to a prelim against East Ringwood next week.
The lights are on, boys.
But is anyone home?
Yep.
No.
Stole that out of.
The answer would be no for Whitehorse.
Correct. Hare goes in again. He was trying to he bent the knees, trying to get over the shoulder, and he did win that free kick. So smart play from Hare. Centre of the circle. He gets on the left foot as expected because it's a long lever he's got. He puts it towards a min. He has to push off before he can go for the mark. Ground level ball taken by the Whitehorse Pioneer defender who's taken over the shoulder. So it'll be Dalglish sharing it out. They'll go transition. Outer side now. Go Whitehorse Pioneers. Leading options, well, there's none. And again, it's turned over. It's a tale of the day for Whitehorse Pioneers. Going forward, they just haven't been able to hit some targets, moving or not. And Scoresby have been in the way. Long ball goes towards, mostly it's Whitehorse Pioneers, players behind the ball, including Dalglish. Haining gets a hand pass over to a runner, but he's found himself in a roadblock. Now the ball bounces towards Parsons. He's trying to share it out. Eventually Johnson, he was hot under pressure, picked up by Johnson for Scoresby, gets it towards a min. He has to push off 2 opponents in the end. He's got Zanaro around him, and then another opponent comes towards him, and it's out of bounds, right forward pocket. Not a bad effort from the full back, but Min has just got the goal smarts to get 4 today.
Yep.
And that's
just finds a way, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's averaging 6. Obviously, it's inflated by a few blowout games. But to get to 102 goals. Oh. Here's a quick kick, and it's Hicks again. He's been pretty inspired today. He's been getting around the ball and finding space, but this time he just reads it off the hands of the ruckman, and from 15 metres out, quickly puts it on the boot and flies through another goal. It's 15-11 at 101. The celebrations are warming here for Scoresby as the premiership looks foregone, as it has to be. 15-11, 101 to Whitehorse, 3-8. 3-9-27. So it's a big lead, and we're just going to play our time before Scoresby can be the premiers for 2024. But let's go boundary side.
While the rain hasn't stopped the Scoresby faithful from getting behind the goal, it is absolutely packed down there.
Thank you very much, Josh. Haining got that tap. Parsons, yeah, he got the handball out. Only just trying to bust his way through was Prout, and apparently he threw it. Scoresby to take the free kick, and that will be Robinson. Tom Robinson, played 11 games for this year. This is his 12th. Kicks it inside forward 50 off the hands of McDougall. Scooped up by Connell. Gets it now to Johnston. Oh, wrapped up in a bone-crunching tackle by Storr. Ball up in the pocket. 7 minutes 40 gone in the final quarter. Whitehorse able to get this clearance again. Sim spears it down the ground. They're just trying to go long and fast, Whitehorse. Scooped up now by, that was Young, out to Fabry. And a high ball towards centre half forward. Scoresby just trying to get in the way. That was well done by Wolnerek. Bounced to ground and got back up. And now Stoffels took the intercept mark. So what options does he have forward? They're not really providing many. Ward was the one, though, and he took the mark out in front of De Geest. Kick and a half from goal for Whitehorse. Can they get a consolation here? Dropping back in the hole there was Wolnerek. Nearly spoiled the party there, and yeah, indeed, he did. Frith stumbled at the wrong moment. Desperate handball out to a couple of teammates out there. One of them was Bishop, and he earned the free kick. So Bishop just in the pocket, looking for options. Spark obviously out of the game. Just kicked it right off the side of the boot. I'm sure the wet weather's not helping with the skills either. So just straight out of bounds and into the hands of Dominic Violi. Running past was Prout. Why didn't you give it to me, he said. Well, Violi kicked it into the man of the mark, and it's all looking quite dire for Whitehorse. Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Time on in the final quarter at Jubilee Park. Roval 17-6, 108, leading South Croydon 7-8-50.
Yeah, dark day for the Dogs, but the Hawks will progress. That's a funny memory that's haunting me this weekend.
Yes, how are you feeling?
Not good.
Ray Bed threw us all a herring this weekend with his selection of South Croydon.
So Roval will progress here at East Ringwood Reserve. It's Haining trying manfully to win his contest every time he's doing a ruck duel.
Just trying to put the jinx on the opponent was Ray, I think.
Haining, Finlay trying to wrestle with him. Big ask. Standing up in the tackle is Hare. He just brushes off a tackle, kicks it long down the line. More of a touch finder than a pass. And it'll be out of bounds, centre wing of East Ringwood Reserve in front of our pavilion here, where we've got all the cameras and our commentary team. As its rain is just lightening, it hasn't disappeared, but it's been raining goals the second half for Scoresby. And a push-off free kick. It's got everyone wondering. Hare's playing his own game and he's playing on, but the umpire says, I'll bring it back if you don't mind. And Hare's like, well, I didn't mind if you would keep it going. but it's going to be a free kick at centre half back, and it gives us time to look at scores around the grounds. Finals football, EFNL.
Yeah, time on in the preliminary final at Walker Park. Croydon 12-7-79, leading Mulgrave 8-6-54. I think they're doing enough, Croydon, to make it into a grand final.
Great.
So it's Scoresby sharing it around in the hands of De Geest. Goes out wider. He's got some runners. Now the long ball. It's going to be that man who's probably been the best for Whitehorse in McDougall getting in the way. Couldn't take the mark as he dived towards the boundary line trying to get it on the full, but he's manfully trying to hold up Hicks, who was one of the Scoresby players in the area, and it's going to be a ball up outer side in front of the scoreboard. And it's not pretty reading for one, but it's glorious reading for Scoresby. 101 plays 27. They lead by 74 points. Most majors to Adam Amin, 4. And Storr has been super. He's got 3 goals. Another chopped off kick. Marshall on the receive. Gets it for Scoresby. They've got a lot of space and a lot of time, even when it doesn't get onto the full. Handing it off was Storr. Gets it to his teammate in Hare. Hare's kick not getting to the intended, but Richards gets a hand pass received. He's bumbling and fumbling his way. He couldn't pick it up. As soon as he did, he's been tackled. McDougall there gets it on the foot rather than the hand because he's rushed in doing so, and it's out of bounds. And the slippery ball not helping all players, but Scoresby got plenty of times to work out a way forward.
Tell you what, Dale Hare has had leather poisoning all afternoon. No one's got near him.
Is it a late surge for best on ground, or has he let others probably win the game?
I think I think over the 4 quarters he's.
You're saying he's the best?
Oh, I reckon he is at the moment.
Well, there's a few contenders. We've got Storr in the as an option, and who was the other one, Ryan? We were chatting about Frith.
Blake? Cooper Frith, definitely. Playing with Mike.
Scoresby to go forward once again. Oh, sorry. Scoresby to go forward once again, but Dale Hare just fluffed his lines in that moment. And Whitehorse now, rare thrust forward. Young kicks it wider because he didn't have any options forward. So Mills picks out Stoffels on the lead. Inside forward 50 for Whitehorse, and only consolations on offer here for the Pioneers to make the scoreboard look a little less painful. Stoffels comes in and he's pushed it left, and that's 3-10 as well. So I mean, we were talking in the first quarter about how they weren't taking their opportunities there. I feel like maybe that becomes a little bit redundant given the performance that Scoresby has put on all over the ground regardless, but it's still true that they may have made a bit more of a fist of it had the quarter time score been a little more justified for Whitehorse.
It certainly doesn't change the result either way, but it would maybe potentially, this game's a bit more competitive for a little bit longer, but really, realistically, by half-time, I think we knew it was all Scoresby's.
Yeah.
De Geest on the bounce, took the kick out receive, gets it down the line, tackled it. Oh, holding the ball, not tackled without it, and it's going to be a Scoresby free kick on the outer side.
I think it's going to be one of those grand finals that just got to put behind them very quickly and move on to next year because, I mean, really, this second half, they haven't been here.
Granlund went long down to Hicks, but it's ground level support that he's got. Heaps of numbers. Now they go towards the inside 40. Bounce of the ball eludes a Magpie, but the kick out, just all it finds is that man again.
Hicks.
And Hicks is...
had a very good afternoon himself too.
He's roaming around the field and finding himself open a lot, but his composure with the ball's been quite good. The kick doesn't serve him well, and it's Sims finding himself in the way. His kick found Violi on the full, so that's nice. Another short inboard maybe. Violi's looking at options. He's directing from the stand as he kicks now long. Goes towards dropping the market, just as he seemed to have it was Young. Young might get the hand pass received, but he allows the opposition in, and they run through the middle. Long ball, fly at it at the Storr again. He's kicked 3, and he's lining up for 1 in each term. And if he puts 4 on the board, he's definitely a top 3 player of the day, in my opinion.
This is an important man when they get to Division 3.
He's just got an awareness of what's going on, and these players that can run at the flight of the ball and then seem not to be anyone knocking them off their flight at it is just a great awareness of how to approach it. So Storr looking for his fourth. From 40, he doesn't miss, and he salutes the crowd. He's lassoing the victory, I reckon, with his finger gesticulation, and it's fourth on the board, and it's a big score on the board for Scoresby. 16-11-107, leading Whitehorse 3-10-28. 16 minutes gone, Storr with 4. And it's a big lead for Scoresby, as they will be premiers for this year.
100% Blake. And he was one of the players that led from the front when that first quarter, the game was there to be won. He was the one standing up, took a lot of key marks, has hit the scoreboard every quarter, and played a very integral role in this side.
How good is he been from a pickup point of view from Daleston as well? It's been superb having him in his services this year.
Haney got the tap, shocked by Frith, tackled, broke the tackle pretty easily though, tumbling ball inside forward 50, getting down on the knees to try and mark it was Storr again, but spilt out to Hicks. Hicks, flying shot from the arc, how about the bend? No, it bent too far to the left and just the one behind. 16-13, 109, 3-10-28.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Scott Harding.
Hicks will be happy with that haircut. Probably had the camera on him fair bit of the day and possessions-wise. So, yeah, thank you to his hairdresser.
Oh. Big fly from Frith over Haining. Ground level ball mopped up by the Magpies. Kick will be chopped off, though. And in position, it's Mills. Looking at options. Goes out wide, but it's 2v1. Granlund, one of them. He drops it, but it was under a bit of pressure. Fierce ball. Talk about pressure. Whitehorse, they can't get it out there. Even hand passing to the opposition. Now the overlap comes. Can it manufacture into a goal with Delrain in there? And just as they try to loop themselves out of a tackle, they hand pass straight to the opposition to the Whitehorse Pioneers.
Nothing has gone right for him today. It's just a dirty day at the office.
Rucks go at it. Johnson, good body work. Allows his teammate in a min just to hand it over. Flying shot at goal, just dribbles off to the right. Minor score for Scoresby, 16-13-109, leading Whitehorse 3-10-28. 81-point margin. It's a bit of a blowout. It's disappointing to see, but all credit goes to the Magpies. Let's go for more scores around the FNL.
Final score in the First Division preliminary final, and Croydon progressed to the last dance, I should say, in Division 2. Croydon 12-7-79, defeated Mulgrave 9-6-60.
Whitehorse were threatening to get an inside 50 there, but Scoresby put a stop to that. Oh, there's a man down there for Scoresby, and that could that would be rough if that's serious injury, as Robinson's kick was chopped off by Mills. Now comes to Sim. We'll have a look at who that is. I suspect it might be Mumina Men. Ball in dispute. Frith v Taylor. But the cavalry arrive for the Magpies. Kazizada out to Delrain. Not much pressure, but still Johnson slipped. Parsons. Oh, tackle by Delrain. That was a merciless tackle there. And he'll take the kick. Well, he's going to centre it up to the man who was just down there. And he's recovered well enough to take the ball. It's pretty easy to recover when the ball goes near you, I suppose. Moving him in. And Mason Storr, why not have a shot from, well, the man on the mark, I'd say, would be about 48 out.
He'll kick this.
Yeah. Ball's gotten heavier, though, and the wind has dropped. So a couple of things working against him, but why not have the shot? And he comes for his fifth, Mason Storr, to put the exclamation point on the day. It's only going to travel towards the goal square. Wolnarek, who's slipped his way forward, nearly took the mark. Ball in dispute at ground level. Little kick out from the pack by Whitehorse was stifled, and we've got another ball up. Would have been quite a goal if he'd managed that.
Ambitious, though.
It was very ambitious, but I think we want to see it in this, in these.
It would have been an exclamation mark on the day.
Yeah, in this context, I suppose, of Scoresby being so far in front. Ward's going to try and use the corridor for Whitehorse. Mark taken by Nelson. And his kick finds a teammate on the outer side. Mills, well, his handball just slipped out of the hands of his teammate Prout, who had to lay the tackle. And we'll have a ball up on the outer side. Rain starting to come down even further. We've ticked into time on, and celebrations about to get underway for Scoresby, as we'll go to Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
Yeah, final score. Roval into the preliminary final. Roval 17-6, 108. Defeated South Croydon 8-9, 57.
High up and under with draw rain. Oh, it is raining. There's no mark taken from Whitehorse.
Boundary.
Very undeliberate approach. Again comes to nothing for Whitehorse. The return ball on the bounce, it goes to McBean. He tries to spear it into Hare. It's below the knees, but he's good below the knees, is Hare. Bounces up after he hand passes it to McBean. It's been chopped off.
Boundary.
But he's full of beans, his Hare, and he's had a great day.
Boundary.
All right, we'll go boundary side as we have a break in play.
And I made the foolish mistake of bringing the umbrellas up.
So Josh has still got the afterglow of the Surrey Park Premiership as his boundary side.
There's his complaint there, boys.
I'm not complaining. I'm complaining about the fact I brought them up.
So Scoresby again got some numbers around it, and chopping off the forward flurry was again Corcoran. He goes out wide. Switch of the plays quite smart. De Geest on the outer side. Looks at his option further afield. Trying to mark it was Plumridge. He gets spoiled late. Ground level ball just bounces out of Plumridge's hand, but he's good enough to bounce back onto it. Hand passes over the top. Get the hand pass received from De Geest. Now he spears it in on the bounce. Just eludes Marshall for now. Plumridge again goes for it. He'll be tackled to the ground. Maybe pushed. The umpire doesn't see that way. We're just trying to get the tempo up a little bit there. Plumridge was trying, but the wet weather is just hampering them, I reckon, from some clean open play.
It has, but it's not going to have any effect on the celebrations, which are about to happen very soon.
Indeed. Smothered ball. Whitehorse chasing it. Scoresby. Delrain slipped over. Corcoran. Handball from hands and knees. Whitehorse actually recover it this time. No, until Parsons was tackled by Frith. No. Whitehorse have a runner now. Inside forward 50. Oh, trying to go the one-hander was Young. He had a men to contend with, and now Waldenrek steadies Scoresby. They've really slammed the door shut in the face of Whitehorse every time they've gone forward. Kazizada looks like he's out of legs a little bit. But the boundary line will beat all comers, as McDougall was happy to see the safety of the ball going out of play. We'll get another ball in here. As just thinking about my best on ground selection, if I were to make one, it's hard to go past a Hare or a Frith. Whitehorse now.
Store for me.
Yeah, Store. Yeah, you have to say he's been excellent.
There he is.
So he's doing it at both ends of the ground as Mason Store, taking the intercept mark.
He's a mega Store.
He is.
Dad joke.
Slams it into the centre of the ground. Dalgleish was able to win out in that contest. Got the handball off, and Whitehorse will march forward once again, 2-on-1. Store got the punch away. Oh, Granlund nearly kicked. He nearly took the ball and poor Dom Violi with his boot.
God. I would hate to get in the way of some of these flying kicks.
Yeah. It's pretty clumsy, but the umpire was happy to let it go. We'll get a secondary ball up here in the forward line. Only minutes remain until we have the Scoresby victory in the 2024 Division 4 Grand Final. Ball trickles over the line in front of Bailey Marshall.
And back up to Division 3, I think they can go pretty well. We've seen recently the Division 4 premiers make finals the first year up. So, and Surrey Park won it yesterday.
That's true.
I don't know if they're going to have that quick of a rise, but they've got the future ahead of them.
Definitely, and this could spark interest from other players to come and play for Scoresby next year.
Exactly, and I think that's the main thing, is that sort of momentum when you do go up the divisions. Whitehorse send it inside 50 again. Double fisted by Walnerach. Bouncing ball outside of the defensive Scoresby now. Mills couldn't grab it. Coulthard did. Wrapped up.
one thing about being a 100-year club, strong tradition, is they've got a foundation. They should have a foundation to get bigger, and for that division, they can be big. They can get players through just their status. As the kick goes through the middle, and Hicks again stands up against the man against him, gets it onto Dalrain, bouncing ball. Can't get it to McBean on the full, but he's good enough to jump onto it. And he's holding the ball because when you jump onto it, you can't let it lay there like it's an egg. And it's going to be a turnover free kick. Whitehorse, did that get on the full? Yes, it's a claim mark there. And it's a play-on situation for Mills, handing it off to the runner. Long ball down the line. Again, no one there to mark it, but it's celebration time for Scoresby. Premiers in Division 4 for 2024. Congratulations, Scoresby. You are the Premiers. Scoresby Premiers for 2024, 16-13, 109, defeated Whitehorse 3-10-28. Let's get ground level for some interviews from Scott and Josh because it's party time for Scoresby and they are the Premiers for Division 4.
I'm with Scoresby coach Craig McKenzie. Craig, must be a nice feeling, Division 4 Premiers this year.
Oh, it's amazing. I told you, Blakes, that I didn't want a close one. Thank goodness for that. Sorry that it wasn't as much fun for you, but it was great for me.
Must have made it extra special with Adam Amin kicking his 100th goal too in the first half.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't even be better timing. Everyone running onto the ground when the siren had gone. It was already half time. We could just reset. It was perfect. And obviously he deserves it. He's had a crack year.
Great, go and celebrate, mate. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's a jubilant man, Craig McKenzie, and a massive day, of course, for a beleaguered club that had tumbled down the divisions. It really, it's been a long time coming that they can pick themselves up and start making their way.
A lot of the success has to go to Craig McKenzie, and the reason that they're here today and holding up the cup as we go back down to Boundary because we've got Scott Hardy.
Yeah, got the hair. Ryan Hicks, the boys were talking at pre-game. They were saying, "Who's that man with a fresh haircut?" We had to double check. You tied it up for it. What a win!
Yeah, no, I got to get a Friday haircut for the game. So fantastic win. I can be proud of the boys. It's been a long road, and we lost for words.
And what was the message sort of at half time? It sort of the switch flicked, and you just came out like a house on fire.
Just keep grinding. It's what we've done the last 6 weeks or so. Just keep grinding. We know we can overrun sides if we just keep punching away and keep going. And we did it again today.
Well, good on you, mate. Get back in there.
Thank you very much, Scotty. But as I was saying, Craig McKenzie, the culture that they built at this club, and he's been working so hard getting those 19s up this year, which is a big tick. The reserves won another flag back-to-back. Seniors made a final series, their first finals win in a long time last year, and now they come back here and they win the flag, and they do it in dominant fashion. And they've been the best side by far this year.
And that's what we've seen it time and time again. The success of a club and the ongoing success of a club and the sustainability comes from an attention that is given to the foundations of the juniors, the 19s.
Boundary.
Let's go Boundary side once again with Scott. Oh, we're cutting out a little bit there. Might be a little bit tricky to get any more interviews.
He's got Adam in there.
If they can.
Got Adam in, mate. Congratulations from AFNL for kicking the 100 goals. How did it feel first from that perspective?
Obviously, as a personal perspective, it felt fucking amazing. Pardon my language, but it felt amazing. But again, I've always said it from the start of the day, start of the week, it's not about personal accolades, it's about team stuff. So lucky that I was out of the way early, so we just focus on footy afterwards.
And did it come at the perfect time, scoring on the half? What was sort of said going into the sheds after that, and then obviously that change in perspective and what you've achieved?
Well, obviously everyone, you guys witnessed, everyone got around me, but as a collective, we always said what's next. And obviously that moment in the game, they were still in it, and we obviously came out after half time, and it was a big thing for us to start well and probably better the game there. So.
And you offloaded a few, so you could have had a few extra more. But what's the win mean for the club and going forward into the next season?
Well, hopefully it's the momentum. It's the momentum. You look at Surrey Park, you look at Donvale, they went back-to-back. Why can't we? At the end of the day, we're a club that came in definitely wanting to get better and definitely wanting to win the flag. And now look where we are. So next year will be a big year. Hopefully go back to back.
Should be a big night. Enjoy, mate.
Thank you.
Now, there's players like Amin and Store and such that will be huge when they get to Division 3. These players that are going to be match winners. And Brash.
Yeah, look, and don't forget, they paid their penance last year. They made a finals last year after coming back down. Right, they lost their first final, as we spoke about. This is reward now for all that hard work that they put in last year.
Absolutely.
Boundary if you can.
Yes, go for it, Josh.
I'm with Dal Hare. I'm alongside Scoresby midfielder Dal Hare. Dal, must be a nice feeling to be a premiership player.
No, yeah, it certainly is. It's been a long wait. We've had back-to-back relegations through there, some tough years. But no, it's a credit to the boys. We knew that since obviously Fletch went on to the podcast with you guys, we've just won, I think about 28 quarters in a row now to finish off the season. So now we're massive. We're going to enjoy it, go back to the club, and probably continue the celebrations there. But yeah, we love it. It's fantastic.
And the big man Adam Amin kicking 100 goals, that must have been nice.
That was perfect. It was even timed perfectly with the guys coming on about half time. Just made it easier for the celebrations. But we just said, the biggest focus with us was like, what's next? After he kicks it, we just got to keep piling the goals on, which we did. So yeah, we're wrapped with that.
Well done. Go and celebrate, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers, guys.
I love that he knows that stat and cross-referenced, of course, with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, great reference. But also another stat that's sticking out like the proverbial is that Whitehorse kicked their third goal in the second term. I'm not sure what minute mark. We'll have to get that recall. But they didn't kick another goal for the day. So they had problems going forward even when they had Scoresby on the back foot for the first 15 minutes. Obviously, it's academic that they wouldn't have gone on because Scoresby's too strong. But
I think, Gav, what happens is early. If you don't strike while the iron's hot early and make your opponents pay and put scoreboard pressure on, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because they had their opportunities in the first quarter, and Scoresby were under pressure.
Well, let's get more because it's at ground level. The celebrations are with Scoresby. Scott again.
I thought he was going to have the cup in picture, but Tim, what a win for the club, and what's it mean for the club and for you personally?
Mate, I came here in 2019 and we've been falling down the divisions for a while now. There's been some really tough days. I've never seen a club like it. The culture is amazing. The people at the club, the volunteers, they give everything every week. This is for them. It's amazing. Tonight's going to be massive.
How big is it going to be? Because you had the reserves as well, so they set the benchmark, but you've obviously got a young brigade underneath you and coming up, and what's that mean for your club going forward?
Yeah, the reserves have always been really strong. They won the premiership last year and they were super competitive in Division 3. We've got really good depth. The young kids are amazing. We've got an under-19s back this year. The club is moving up in so many ways. So, yeah, it's just huge. It's huge.
Good on you, mate. I'll let you get back to it. Enjoy, mate.
So, Brash and Jared, it's just interesting the senior guys like Tim de Geest know the status of the club. Yeah. They know their history and they know where they're at present. And they're just soaking up that this is a big moment for the club. A club with a strong, long history, pride of being a top division club, has had woeful double drops, and they've found themselves in the lowest division of nearly 50 clubs. But finally, this might be the start of their rebuild of a club that has been so proud of their own history.
Yeah, they know the meaning of it. They know the meaning of today and why this can be sort of like, the start of, starting to, the future's bright for them. And I just want to introduce, also joining us up in the box is Matt Spider-Lee as well. Matt, what are your thoughts on this day for Scoresby and what it means to the Magpies?
Yeah, I've just been listening to both Tim and the players and also just you guys talking about it. And I think it's what we talked about before the game. There's that step-by-step realistic approach. They put the strategy in place for things going forward. And it's going to be small steps. You get the opportunity to go back up to Division 3 as the presentations commence.
Grand final presentations. Congratulations to Whitehorse, Andrew and team. Unlucky today. I'm sure you guys will be here next year. And to Scoresby, congratulations. First time since 2006. Well done, premiers in 2024. I'd like now to invite up onto the stage EFNL CEO Jai Bond to present the Best on Ground medal and also the Premiership medals. And now, the Best on Ground medal, also known as the Stephen Jones medal. the Stephen Jones Medal for 2024 from Scoresby. Number 2, Mason Storr.
Now, Matt, this guy reminds me of a Scoresby legend champion player many, many years ago, captain of a club, Andrew Heap.
Yeah, true.
His mannerisms, the way
All right,
he
let's
plays,
start
the way
these
he kicks the
premiership
ball.
battalions with number 1,
He's a
Toby
Andrew Heap.
Richards.
Yeah, it does. Does remind me of him. Absolutely.
And I never thought I'd say that until today. But he's just got all the right mannerisms, the way that he plays.
Yeah, brilliant player he was, and identity is very similar. No, it's a great
Let's invite him
observation,
back onto the
Brad.
stage. Number 2, the best on ground medal, Mason Storr.
He's got the build, he's got the kick, he's got all the markings of being a 100.
Got all the tricks, doesn't he? And all these players that are going to come up, they've just had all impact all year. They've had a tremendous spread. They've had contributors week after week. It's just been a solid team effort collectively across the board from all their players.
Delwayne was really good in
Number
the
7,
today.
Brilliant.
Ryan Hicks.
This guy,
Hicks was terrific.
He was everywhere this
He has set them
afternoon.
alight, particularly in the first quarter. Just right from the outset, got the ball moving their way, got hands on footy, and he's very clean with his skills.
2 goals, 4 for him today.
Number 9,
Yeah.
Declan McBean.
This guy, what a pickup. This guy's been from Noble Park a couple of years ago and just been so prominent in their rise, particularly this season.
He kicked the goal in the third
Oh,
quarter.
that was brilliant.
That got them
Number
going.
10, Dale Hare.
Well, Dale Hare, what a player he's been for this footy club.
His father was as good as, I think he's a bit better than his father.
Well, yeah, there's always a comparison, isn't it? But this
Yeah.
guy can certainly play, and he's one of the champions of the club.
He's got great poise.
Yeah, been a brilliant player and
Number
really
12,
great
Thomas
influence.
Wolnerak.
Had a year away from the club, Thomas Wolnerek, after the 2022 season, came back, and now he's been rewarded as a premiership player.
Got a cop following too.
He has a bit, hasn't he? Yeah, looks like he'll be a crowd
Number
favourite
13,
tonight.
Dan Coulthard.
This guy brilliant all year, just always doing things, looking busy when he's got the footy, and he always has a smile on his face when he's around the ball.
Number 15, Bailey Marshall.
Very good today.
Didn't do much wrong.
There wasn't many of them.
All played their part.
They all
I
played
reckon,
the part, yeah.
At times.
Number 22, Brad Bishop.
Yeah, Bishop was very good.
Yeah, for a young up-and-coming winger, I reckon.
And that's what you like about these guys. They're all up and coming, and they've got lots of potential at this young age in their careers.
Nice size
Number
about
30,
him too.
Zach Corcoran.
So I reckon he was important early, Corcoran.
Yeah, very, very impressive, and he's got a promising future.
Number 33, Cooper Frith.
This guy, I reckon's got the potential to be anything.
Well, he's one of the most dominant players in the competition, and he could have easily been standing up there with the best on ground medal. It was so hard to call, but he was absolutely outstanding for his team today.
Number
got
34,
the game
Tom
on his
Robinson.
terms.
Yeah, good performance today.
Yeah, he was really important early and solid four-quarter performer.
Number 36, Daniel Bayer.
Didn't put this way, wasn't prominent, but when he was needed, he did what he had to do.
Yeah, good contributor.
Especially early, I think.
Number 37, Samir Kazasada.
Well, I reckon he had liver poisoning in the second half because
Yep.
no one wanted to go near him.
He was good.
He was excellent, and his ball usage was probably in the top 10% of those on the field today.
Yeah, very creative
Number
player.
39, Muam Amin.
Well, Moomin, he got his moment in the sun to share with his brother.
Well, he's the lower profile brother, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. No, good on him, and it was great to see everyone get around him for that goal.
Yeah, that was a special moment.
Number 40, Adam Amin.
Oh, well.
What can we say?
Well, put this way, he'll never forget this day in too much of a hurry.
No, absolutely. Good on the big man.
But
and,
just
he's-
caps off an unbelievable season from a player that's just been such quality when he's played in this competition.
Oh, and he
Number
knows-
48, Luke Plumridge.
I reckon he did really well. He came into his own in the second half. And
His last two seasons, he has been so impressive to watch. His ability to get the ball
Number
and
56,
finish has been
Jordan
outstanding.
Grantland.
I thought this guy was excellent early, right in that half-back line. He was a real rock of Gibraltar for most
Yeah,
of the
very
afternoon.
solid, good defensive move, and he can move very
Number
nicely.
67, Aaron Finlay.
Well, ex-Basin player Aaron Fidley, am I correct there, Spider?
Yep.
Our nickname Fingers.
Yes.
I tell you what, he's made a new name for himself at Scoresby.
Yeah, premiership player, and
premiership
well
player.
deserved.
No,
Number 70, Matt Johnson.
He returned to Scoresby last year after 12 years away from the club over at Belgrave.
Yeah, Belgrave.
It's always good to come home and get a premiership.
Assistant coach, Michael Nichols.
Well,
you need good people to support the main men, and this guy's done a great job.
Most definitely.
We've lost him, though.
Oh, he's probably... Here he comes. These are the people that we don't hear about.
Well, these are the
very often.
hard-working people, and they're the people that do all the hard yards at training and during the week.
Assistant coach, Peter Dunlop.
Peter Dunlop, yes. Well, Pete, renowned cricketer in the Upper Gully region, but equally a very astute football coach as well.
Salt of the football clubs, these men.
Yep.
And the runner, Matt Krosick.
Well, if you want heart and soul of a footy club, this guy is Scoresby.
Matt Krosick, yeah.
He was a champion footballer, and he'd do anything for the Magpies, and I'm glad he's getting a premiership
And
medal.
the team manager, Dan Thomas.
Well, a man of my own heart being the team manager. These guys.
Yeah, well, I've been a team manager as well. So.
They are the unsung heroes.
Unsung heroes, aren't they?
Mate, the amount of stuff that they have to put up with.
In the trainer, Marie Nalou.
Well, behind every great football team is
Marie.
a great training setup.
That's it.
Without these people,
You don't have a team.
no.
Trainer, Stacey Van Roy.
And you need your aides as well.
Yeah, and the trainers do a wonderful job,
Yeah.
keeping the players medically sound and on track and get them ready to play.
A lot of knowledge required there, and I think that goes underestimated.
And trainer, Elise Pretty.
And sometimes they play a bit of agony art too.
Yeah.
The old trainers.
And especially in the times of what we've dealt with concussions and things like that, they've got to make the actual assessments and the
That's right.
medical
And the
calls
hard calls.
and the hard calls. Yeah.
And now, Premiership captain, number 26, Tim DeGeese.
Really good game from him. I think he led from. He was the solid
Tim,
man.
please stay on the
He's
stage,
led
Tim.
from the front right through this whole campaign.
Yeah.
And now, Premiership coach, Craig McKenzie.
This guy's been a revelation, I reckon, for Scoresby. He's brought in fresh set of ideas and a new
Craig,
way.
can I please get you up?
And he's
Say a
such
few words.
And he's such a very, very affable coach and graceful coach.
Yeah, and very well spoken.
Yep.
All right. First of all, to Andrew and Whitehorse, commiserations, but at the same time, you guys always held your head high because you play with great spirit, and you certainly pushed us early. We just managed to pull away at the end, but you're a great outfit, and all the best moving forward. Thank you. To the Scoresby boys, it's been 2006 since our last flag, and obviously a long time coming, but...
Just, can you believe it?
Being cut off.
No, you're right.
No, a long time coming, 18 years, that's massive. But to get 2 premierships in one day, we worked hard for this. To the faithful, the supporters, the volunteers, the life members, the committee, all of you out there, this is for you. Thank you very much.
And now, could I please invite CEO Jai Bond to present the 2024 Eastland Division 4 Premiers, Scoresby!
There they go.
Flag Pies 2024.
And for Jai too, what a moment to hand over the cup to a club that he had a lot to do with as well as a player.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that Matt. So, I mean, yeah, it must be a special moment.
But also from the league perspective too, playing the CEO. Yep.
I just think, look, when you look at the overall season, really, gentlemen, Scoresby were the dominant side, and I think they really did come and prove that this afternoon.
They did. They just showed their pure class all over the field. Dominant year, and we wish them all the best for 2025 as they continue on the steps going forward, as we've alluded to. Good junior setup is required for the future. They need to build those blocks. They've got the under-19s in place. If they get the junior from the under-9s, under-10s, all that in place, the future can be bright for them. But as we said, it takes time between that 5 to 10 year mark, and then you can set your benchmarks to make a run up the divisions. But it's all the expectations. Don't overestimate it. Just do it at your own speed, and it'll happen if you're dreaming hard enough.
And once again, for those who may have joined us late, final score here was in the Division 4 Grand Final was Scoresby 16-13, 109, defeating Whitehorse 3-10-28. A massive 81-point victory. Some other results this afternoon, gentlemen. Croydon move into the second division grand final against Baronia next Sunday afternoon with a 19-point victory over Mulgrave. Croydon 12-7-79, defeating Mulgrave 9-6-60. So a hard-fought win there for Croydon after they jumped Mulgrave very early.
Yeah, look, Croydon, they're working a light performance, and they've just done what they've had to do, and they've got the job done. They get another crack at playing Baronia, who they beat earlier in the season, and it'll be interesting to see how that all unfolds this time next week.
Brash, I was just going to say, Declan McBean, very emotional out there, just out the back. I don't know if we've got cameras out there, but obviously means a lot to that individual. It mean a lot to many, but yeah, you can see he's very, very emotional on this win.
Yeah, and finally, Rove will move into a preliminary final next weekend, gentlemen, with a convincing 51-point victory over South Croydon this afternoon. Rove 17-6, 108, defeated South Croydon 8-9-57. So Rove will atone for their loss against Baldwin next week, and it sets up a mouth-watering clash next Saturday, Bayswater Oval against East Ringwood.
Oh, unbelievable clash. Looking forward to that one. That's going to just be an absolute belter, and whoever gets the right to take on Baldwin's going to thoroughly deserve it. So all is in readiness for what will be a massive preliminary final, and very hard to pick at this stage, but Roval, well done on their performance today. They really bounced back and have given themselves that opportunity.
And with that being said, our media manager, Ryan Long, joins us back upstairs to put the finishing touches on what has been, Ryan, a fantastic Division 4 Grand Final day.
Oh, it has, and it's great to see the Scoresby side finally getting some success in the senior competition. It's been a long time, as Craig mentioned. 2006, that's a long wait, and of course, going back up the divisions, it might take a little bit longer than what Surrey Park have done, but there's no reason, as Adam said, there's no reason why they can't achieve the ultimate next year again. They'll be, I think, a final side in Division 3. I think
still need to pick up a few.
They do, and that's what happens when you do go up a grade. You do attract new players. So, look, it's a great achievement for the club, Josh.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and to see the scenes down there on ground level, it's great to see the Scoresby faithful get around their players because it is a significant moment and could be the start of something for the Magpies heading into the future. They might be able to attract some former juniors to the club as well. That's what Surrey Park were able to do. And it obviously paid dividends, so it'll certainly be interesting to see how they go in Div 3 next year. I'm with you, though.
It's interesting because they do have Surrey Park almost as a template to try and follow, especially since both teams are coming from, I know Scoresby had prior success in their history, but both teams are coming from a long way back. Yep. And, I think no one would blame them for copying a page or two out of Surrey Park's notebook.
And also the Mitcham template as well, because that's been a really interesting one, what they've done too. There's so many examples, and every example is different in some scenarios. But Scoresby, they've plotted the first part of their course. Now they've got to create their own identity and get that, that culture back and that history, and also get that, opportunity for people to come and join their club.
Yeah, I think once again it's been a successful day, Ryan, and look, things just don't happen. It's been a fantastic weekend. We've got First Division and Second Division grand finals now ready and set for next Saturday.
Well, we're all set to go, as you said. I mean, you've already, I'm sure, talked about it with the two Mitcham Park Orchards on Saturday out at Tormore. Could be conditions like this at the moment with the rain. And then Saturday, the only side to defeat Baronia this year in Croydon, get a crack at him on grand final day. But looking forward to it, Brash. It's again a very exciting time.
Yeah, well, it's time to wrap up the broadcast this afternoon, gentlemen. And look, it's been a fantastic day. A big thank you to Rowan. That's not the right person I was thinking of. Gav Casey and
there will be a Rowan listening. Rowan Connolly does listen to the FNL broadcast.
Does he really?
He does. He tells me about it.
Gav Casey and Jared Beanland on comms this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Brash. It was a fun day to call, and congratulations to Scoresby.
Blake and Ryan on specials this afternoon, and all the other duties that went with it.
Absolutely, thanks, Brash, and a great job again from you, MC Tennant.
Josh and Matt Hardy on the Matt Hardy. Scott Hardy.
He's a comedian. I worked with him.
We're inventing people.
Lee Green and LKM Media, fantastic job on the weekend by the team. Magnificent audio and video. Thank you very much for your contribution.
I'll read out the full list for the Premier Grand Final because the list is longer than my arm. So yeah,
you're not going to fit in the next 2 seconds.
Oh, hang on. Lincoln, Lachlan, Zach, Jason, Januta, Kent, Megan, Matt, John, Izzy, and absolutely Kate, all over the place.
And finally, Division 4 Grand Final's been done and dusted. As we finish the broadcast, it's Scoresby 16-13, 109, defeating Whitehorse 3 goals 10-28. We look forward to joining you again next Saturday afternoon when Division 1 takes centre stage.
Yep.
People don't mind if I make a mistake. It's a recovery.